I'm here. I was heating up some food and I just sat down, so I had muted myself while I was away from my computer.
At the Forsaken Inn.
This is why it's forsaken. You know that, right?
There's a lot going
Because you
on
can't.
there.
Yeah, it's like the Hotel California. You check in, but you never check out.
Yes, as like a token of him. Mhm. Yeah. Yep.
That's the hand.
Hello, hand.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I think everyone's back there because we called everybody back to be like, "Hey, look, dead body with my dagger in it." 'Cause they didn't want people to blame me for killing him. So, I think as soon as I see her recoil from my dagger, I will recoil from her slightly. Um, and oh goodness. I think I will just turn to Mython and say, I need a word with you quickly, please. And step away from the group.
He follows, nods and follows. He knows what's going on.
um, yeah, I'll just say, I don't know what it is, but she is a creature of shadow. It could be possessing her. I don't know. I would like to try to say it quietly. I will get what I feel like is a respectable distance away, um, but not like super far away. Um, and I will speak quietly. I think because I know that I want to keep it secret, I will speak in Cinderin. So that reduces the amount of people who can understand what I'm saying, even if they can hear me. Mhm. Yep.
Zerk is keeping an eye on Herlanon. If Ikaliel and Mython need their privacy, Zerk will ensure that Herlanon doesn't interfere.
Turk seems to be in a position where he's right behind the two of them. Is there any kind of nonverbal communication going on between them? Is he able to maybe have some insight into where she's coming from with the recoiling? Is something pushing her to do that, or something? You know what I'm saying? Just yeah, I can hear it as well. Just a little bit of a hiss.
Andrew's on mute.
Sorry, thank you. Do you still hear that hiss? No. Okay, great. With that 17, you see here Lennon express genuine concern for Baralas, who is weeping, confused. She's still clutching the hand that touched the Elvish dagger and is looking at it, and looking at Ewan's body, and she's in tears. She's mourning and confused and scared. And Baralas is genuinely trying to comfort her.
Okay. I'll wait for the proper moment to convey that to the others of the party. Now is obviously not a good time, but I will convey that to them. That insight that she's confused about what happened to her. Yeah, so my take is that she's not a creature of the dark, or the shadow. Um, that something has, it seems to me at least, taken her over.
All right. In the meantime, with the others rushing out, including Mirabar, the merchant, uh, to see what's going on, he sees Ewan's body, but he seems more interested in Marigold's cart, now laden with goods. And he's saying, "Excuse me, who would have moved my goods?"
I thought he watched us when
I
Mylon and Turk were tossing. himself
Yeah,
over
he did actually. He did see, and actually do that. What's his name? Ederic was about to step in and do something when he held him back and said, "It's not worth it. Don't. It's not worth your life.
Yeah.
Don't get involved." But now he seems to be more vocal about it. He says, and continues and says, "With obviously one of you murdered Ewan, and now you intend to rob me."
Hey, don't go throwing around baseless accusations.
I would hardly call him baseless when there is a dead man lying at your feet. And your cart, or my cart, it's clearly loaded to be stolen. I mean, how can I stand for this?
Can I
Your
point
card?
at? Yeah, I'm gonna point at Marigold's sign on the card. Just say nothing.
Oh, what are you pointing at, my dear girl?
Do you know how to read, sir?
I certainly know how to read. Of course I do.
Please go for it. Give it a try.
Banks's honey?
Do we know who Banks's honey is? I'm gonna look at Marigold.
Oh, of course it belongs to me.
I'll give him a little wave from, back over here by Jack.
Excuse me, and you are?
Marigold Banks. My family owns that card, actually. We run an apiary and farm over in the Shire, sir. That's
A
not your card.
likely story. What are the odds that a hobbit from the Shire would be here at the Forsaken Inn at the end of the Great East Road and claim that this cart, laden with my goods, belongs to you?
Sir, which banks did you buy that card from?
Oh, I happened to come across it. It was just abandoned here.
Oh, so you're just taking property. That sounds like theft. I'm not so sure. I mean, we don't get a lot of it in the Shire, but it sounds an awful lot like theft, from what I've heard.
He starts to rub his temples. This is ludicrous. I've been trapped in this hellhole for a week. No water to drink. Man has been murdered. Bandits come and steal my goods. How about this then? You, the lot of you, thugs, bandits, the lot of you. I will pay you 50 gold. 60 gold. 10 gold for each of you ruffians. To allow me to leave this godforsaken place with my goods and that cart to Bree. And I will pay you an extra 50 gold for your horse. And that is 10 times what it is easily worth. Easily. This
he
is more than
pointing-
you're likely to see in your entire lifetime.
Is he pointing to the pony or to the elven horse?
The elven horse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because the pony's not here.
Yeah, pony's not there. Yeah.
Just clarifying.
He's saying this while Mython is away speaking with Eucaliel, right?
Yeah. He's speaking loudly enough that you can hear him, though.
Oh, good. Pardon me, my lady.
Eucaliel just sighs.
Mython is going to walk back over to the commotion. He is going to look. I can't remember what this guy's name is. The merchant.
Mirabar.
Mirabar. He's going to look Mirabar right in the eyes. He's going to say, You, sir, are a liar. You have been lying continuously since we met you. You've been lying about things that is not even to your advantage to lie about. I am done bandying crooked words with you. You will not get this cart. You will not get the horse. If you do not stop pestering us, no, I don't think he'll. He doesn't need to make any unveiled threats. He'll just say, "You will stop pestering us. You will go on your way. We have no concern for your how do you phrase it? This plight that you have created for yourself. Stop talking, turn around, walk away."
Can you make an intimidation check, please?
I have to do this at disadvantage because everything is a disadvantage. So let's see what happens. Jeez.
Can you describe to me like how that might have failed? Like,
I really can't. In this situation, I mean, he knows that Maidon is a dangerous man. Maidon has already exchanged blows with his bodyguard. He's being as blunt and as straightforward as he can be. It's just the dice. I can't I can't rationalize that.
all right. He looks at you and says, "Rangers, I knew it. You're all bandits and thieves, the lot of you. But you would
Whatever
seem
you
to
have
have
tell
me.
whatever you have to tell yourself to sleep at night.
You would seem to have me at a disadvantage. You outnumber me. I'm clearly not a man of arms. I cannot meet you on the field of battle, and you have bested my guard." And at that, Edric, who stands beside him, looks a little hurt. But so if you were to resort to violence, which of course I would expect no less of you, of course, take what you want. Rob me blind, leave me here to starve to death, penniless, if you will, or prove me wrong.
I think at this point, Eucalio realizing like I don't think Maidon is going to come back over and finish our conversation. Everybody seems to be a bit worked up. Um, so I'm going to come over as well and just say, we discussed this before, and I thought we had come to a reasonable arrangement. We are willing to leave the cart that we came here with here for your use. We took your wares off of that cart. So the only thing remaining on that cart was what was already on the cart when you found it. Therefore, it's not your wares. And I told you, if you wait here, when we get to our destination, I will send assistance. I will send someone with a horse to help you get to Bree like you need to. But we need a cart and a horse right now, especially if we are planning on transporting Baralas here. I can't imagine that we would be expecting her to walk the entire way. I don't know what else we can do to support you. And I think it's very rude of you to say that Jack here, his fine establishment, cannot provide you any food? You are not starving. He served us a wonderful breakfast this morning. So I think you've now offended everyone.
With that, Jack looks a little, straightens his back a little, puffs his chest out. He stands behind Marigold and kind of taps your shoulder a little, Marigold, as you spent the entire last session talking about how we can set up business just outside the Shire. Between, and he kind of steps forward. And if I may say, I will attest to the fact that this is indeed Miss Marigold Banks of Buckland, who belongs to a long line and heritage of beekeepers. That cart is indeed hers. And you can see Mirabar cast him like daggers in his eyes, and he just kind of shrinks for a moment behind you, Marigold. A 5.5-foot man trying to hide behind a hobbit. But he stands his ground, and Mirabar says, I don't feel I have much of a choice here. But I do have something. Something that I think might interest you. Something you might find valuable. Something worth your while to take me with you to this fabled Rivendell.
And what might that be?
He looks around at the rest of you and says, "Oh, but I would prefer to negotiate such matters in private. I do not like to conduct my business in open like this."
Who are you planning on conducting your business with? Which of our number are you choosing to make
Well,
these negotiations with?
You, of course, you are a lady of Rivendell, are you not?
I don't mind going inside and having a conversation with you.
Can everyone tell me what their passive perception is? Or actually, not passive perception, passive insight.
$11.
11 for Zurich.
What makes passive again? It's
1 second, I'll tell you. Oh, Marigold.
10 plus or minus your mods.
Okay.
So your potential skill and then your wisdom modifier.
Yeah.
Okay. So mine is 14 passive insight.
If you have proficiency on insight, you get that too.
Wait,
Oh wait, hang on.
so your skill and the modifier?
Yes.
7.
Oh, then mine is 13.
Oh,
I'm not
I thought it was just going to be like 10 plus the skill modifier. Okay. So then,
I'm sorry, somebody's going to have to explain it again. I tried to follow. Wisdom?
yeah, I think so. It's 10 plus your wisdom modifier, and if you're proficient in it, it's plus your proficiency. But that's pretty much the skill bonus number that they show on the skill. So I think mine is 14.
Oh, passive wisdom perception. It's right at the bottom of the docs, the Google Doc, right?
I thought he was doing insight.
Yeah, it's passive insight.
Insight.
Oh, not passive perception.
Yeah, passive insight.
On the character sheet.
Well, 12, I guess, then.
Let's see.
10 plus your skill bonus with that skill. All right. So that would be
Yeah, so mine's 14.
14.
I think that means that Mydon's is also 14.
All right. So as Hirlanon, as Mirabar says, well, let us go inside then and discuss the terms of this deal then, which I'm sure you will find very agreeable. Both you, Eucaliel, and Mython catch a look from Hirlanon. His face just kind of darkens as he stares at Mirabar. And he steps forward as you're about to go in through the back door, through the kitchen. And he places a hand on Mirabar's chest. And I guess it would be Turk. Can you make a perception check to see if you can hear what he whispers into Mirabar's ear?
Nice.
He places his hand on his chest, leans in, whispers into Mirabar's ear. If you betray me, old man, you will not see the morning. And that Mirabar just kind of stands up. He turns ghost white for a second. So, of course not. And he pushes past him and in to the inn.
Okay, before I head in, I will speak to Mydon and say, tell the others as carefully as you can what I told you, or at least prepare them for it. I will whistle if I need any assistance, but stay outside. Keep an eye on things.
Tell them which part you're.
What Eucaliel said about Berlas.
Okay.
Because no one else knows at this point.
Right.
Like, Turk noticed something weird happened. No one else really knows what Eucaliel noticed.
Mm-hmm.
And she's not saying, like, everybody prepare to murder her. No, she's just like, I want everyone to know what we're dealing with. Because she still wants to heal her. But yes, she will then head inside.
Everybody's just leaving the dead boy behind.
I thought that we were like preparing to bury him. Like we had said, like, yeah, we're going to bury him.
You buried the ranger.
Yes.
But I think you had just pulled him up and you were, I think, yeah, you're right. I think you were preparing, but you haven't gotten that far because Berlis actually wanted to see him before you took him away.
Yes.
So
Turk,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Turk's just going to grab Zurich and Mydon quickly and say, we've got some burying to do. I got something to tell you, too.
Zurich will glance at Turlanon over his shoulder and walk past him and go with Turk.
Hirlanon stands briefly after asking Berlis, will you be okay? And she just looks up at him and nods weakly and looks across over her as she kneels in front of him and says, would you like a hand? I have known Ewan since the beginning of this trip, over a fortnight. He was a good lad. I would be honored to help put him to rest.
Can't say no to that.
All right. So he'll pick up. Sorry,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
I think Mython will say, do not trouble yourself with this, sir. My companions and I have gained much experience of late burying bodies. Unfortunately, we will take care of this one as well.
It is truly no bother at all. He was a friend.
Yeah, but you don't want to get blisters on your delicate Gondorian hands.
Wow.
He just looks at you and smiles. Oh, my dear dwarf. These hands have seen far more than you can imagine. But I can see I am unwanted, and I will respect that. But please, once you have finished creating the hole from which Ewan will be laid to rest, please let me know, as I would like to say some final words.
Of course.
And you see Vogar actually step forward silently, not saying a word, just kind of comes forward, grabs a shovel from the stable, and just comes marching forward. He's
That's
fully
fine.
expecting to help you, Dave.
That's one of the dwarves, right?
Yeah, that's the battle scarred dwarf that doesn't say much, but likes to hit things.
Gotcha.
In dig, apparently. What about Jari? Get over here, Jari.
No. No.
Jari says, I will go wherever you go. Although you do know my digging skills are somewhat a little subpar, but I will make an effort.
That
Truly.
will not be necessary.
That's
But
why you're coming. You need practice.
Mython will kind of like give a gentle elbow in actually he probably has to hunch down a little bit, but he gets it in your side.
Yeah, you're like 6'4". It's like
Yeah.
5'4".
All right, so Baralas would like to go with you. She silently stands up, and she wants to go wherever Ewan's body is going.
Miss, I do not think that's a good idea. You need rest. We will let you know when the body is ready.
I'll let you make a persuasion check.
And set in the grave.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. I'll give you a straight roll if somebody wants to assist Mython with persuading.
I was gonna say, if well, they can dig, and we'll take the body later, and the
Okay.
body can stay here for now with you.
Okay. No, she's good with that. She just wants to be with Ewan as long as she can.
Usually there's a preparation of the body as well in most cultures. So perhaps there might be some evidence to be found. I don't know. I don't really remember if anybody had a role or anything last time.
No, out of character, we have not searched the body yet, and this is why Mython does not want the Gondorian anywhere near it.
Right? Signs of struggle, or what exactly happened? Did he get stabbed
Yeah,
in
I
the back?
think the
in the
only
front?
thing I did was like medicine check to see like cause of death. I didn't rifle pockets because that's just not my style.
Right.
Yeah, leave that to Turk, right? Right? Come on.
Or anyone who wants
Hey.
to.
What are those nimble little hobbit fingers good for, if not that?
All right, so I'm just going to move off the people that are going to bury or dig a hole anyway, not bury. So 3 of
Or
you
just
and
the
Vogar
diggers.
and Jari.
Yeah.
Although Jari is more taking on a more supervisory role than than anything else. So Ewan's body is staying with Berlas. Kirlinon is by her side. Marigold, what are you up to?
Just give me one moment. I have to step away. I'm sorry, something came up.
No worries. All right, Goldie, what are you up to?
What is Edric doing? As a question.
Well, Jack is going to step back into the kitchen. Edric is going to stand guard outside the kitchen door to ensure that they have privacy.
Okay, as long as he doesn't go inside, then Goldie will go close to Baralas and how do you? I didn't know him, so how do you want to prepare him? I'll help you.
She looks at you and starts making signs. I'm going to allow you to make an intuition check to see if you can understand what she's trying to communicate to you.
Okay. Is that an insight?
Yeah, that'll be an insight.
And disadvantage.
And if you are...
Wow.
All right, yeah, she's just waving her hands wildly at you. You have no idea what she's talking about.
Can I look at Hirlanon? I don't know, man. Is there anything that...
There are kinsmen from lake towns. They have traditions to bury their dead. They don't bury their dead, they simply give them to the waters. There are no waters here. So she is struggling to improvise. She understands that your friends are creating a hole through which to bury him. But that is not her way or his. What you could help with, perhaps, is to find clean water to bury him with. So that he has a bit of home with him.
God, this is not gonna go well. I'm gonna look in the well.
That is not clean water.
Nope. You've been here longer. I don't know if maybe you can ask Jack. I'm not strong, but maybe Jack can point where the cleanest water is. Or you've been here before, so you might know where to find it. And if maybe there's some sort of flower, something that she would like, we can find that. I'll take care of her. And probably the water's not too far, so if you could, do you think you can go get what is needed? She trusts you more than she trusts me, obviously.
Can you make a persuasion check on him, please?
No. Shit. Come on. Come on.
Oh, gentle hobbit. You have very kind words and a good heart. but I feel I should stay with Berlas for now. In her time of grieving, I am her ward. Or she's my ward. And I am her protector. You can find clean water in any of the rain barrels that have been collecting water as of the last few days. It does not take much. Perhaps just a jug is sufficient. And as you mentioned, any sort of lily, a water lily would even be perfect. Anything you could find would be appreciated. I will stay with Berlas.
I am very sorry to say I don't know what lilies look like. Or water lilies. I know what lilies look like. I don't know. I've seen any around here, but I don't know what they're not from my parts.
I'm sorry, my understanding was that hobbits were a terribly resourceful group of people, but perhaps I misjudged. Do what you can, and I'm sure whatever you can provide will be greatly appreciated.
Gonna look at him in the eyes. I want him to know that I don't trust him. I'm gonna be terribly sorry, sir. But I am not, unless Marigold's thing, which she might, but she's carrying something that's very important and dear to one of my companions. We don't know what happened here, and I know you can protect her, but I'd like to stay. Maybe when my companions are back, then we'll get the water and we'll get the lilies.
Of course. As you wish.
Looking like this, bro.
And he just smiles at you. You could actually go ahead and make another insight check.
Why you make me roll? Just tell me I don't see anything.
Who knows? You could get 2 20s.
I don't. No,
All right. He just smiles warmly at you and takes Beryl's hand and kneels beside her as she cradles you instead. So the rest of you, Marigold, if you're back, and just let me know when you're back. The rest of you have gone off a little ways to dig a hole. That would be Mython, Zurk, Turk, Vogar, and Jari. You find a place that you find suitable, perhaps not that far from where you buried the ranger initially. You pointed out, and Vogar immediately just starts digging. And he's putting everything he's got into this. You hear him grunting away and just like moving massive amounts of dirt.
Turk's just going to stand back and let the earth mover move.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So and then sort of try to make sure Jari is not within earshot and mention everything that I've seen.
So Jari is like glue, or it's like a piece of gum stuck to the bottom of Zurich's foot. He just
Like a fungus.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Vogar's doing all the digging. Zurich will help, but if he's just the bow mag going at it, then that's cool too.
So tried to tell Maidon and Zurich everything that I've seen. Her reaction, her startled reaction, indicating that I don't think she's a shadow being. And then the confrontation between Jack and the other person, was that Edric, was it?
I think
Oh,
it
you
was
mean
Miramar and Hirlanon.
Yeah,
did that.
Hirlanon threatened Mirabar. Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, there's so many characters in here. Don't worry about it. And Jari kind of speaks up when he says, I told you. That man is dangerous.
That might be the one thing you've ever said, Jari, that I actually believe.
He genuinely looks hurt at that.
Zurich feels a modicum of guilt.
So, what? Should we push him down the well?
What?
I feel like I am just saying what everybody here is thinking. Am I mistaken? Am I wrong?
You were
Well,
wrong.
you could push him down the well if you want to, but I would think that would be murder.
Oh wait, who is he saying to push down the well?
Hirlanon.
Oh, I thought he was going to like toss the boy back down the well. I was like, we just fished him out of there.
No. The point was he was harmless. He was a little thick between the ears, but harmless. No, I was talking about Hirlanon.
What?
I mean, he sent
what
two people
exactly
down
is
to
it,
the bottom of that well already. I'm sure of it.
How though, Jari? What exactly? What evidence do you have? Why do you feel this way about Hirlanon?
Call it a dwarven instinct. I just know he's not a man to be trusted.
Well,
I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I agree with the dwarf. And then he looks at Zurich, the other dwarf.
yeah. I can appreciate a good instinct, but a little evidence would help too, Jari. Jari, what do you make of that merchant? Why do you think Hirlanon threatened him? What do they have going on between each other?
That I do not know. I know that they struck some sort of bargain at the beginning of the trip, which I am not privy to. And despite my wiles and my persuasive nature, I was unable to extract that piece of information from them. But it does not surprise me that a man such as Hirlanon would utter a threat to a man, despicable as he is, this Mirabar. I mean, if it were up to me, if both of them ended up down at the bottom of the well, I mean, I would be happy with that outcome too.
Or with a dagger in their chest. What were you doing last night, Jari?
He looks at you then. What? Surely you don't suspect I am.
Absolutely not. I'm only drawing them around that we do have a murderer amongst us, so put your dwarven wiles to solving that one as well.
Well, I mean, I have a clever mind. I'm a very clever dwarf. I don't have the brawn as such as yourself or Vogar, and you just see Vogar just in he's already like 2 feet deep. He says, but I have guile, and I know that the elven dagger that was used to slay Ewan was likely planted there to frame your elvish friend. Now, who amongst us would do such a notorious deed? Could it be one of the dwarves? I think not. We have no quarrel with you. That leaves Edoric, Mirabar, and Hirlanon. And surely Verilas would not slay her own lover. Or Jack. Yeah, Jack is incapable of such a crime. Mirabar is too old and frail to do such a thing. That would leave Edoric or Hirlanon.
how far away are we from the cart and the body and the people who stayed behind?
You're probably at least 100 feet away.
Okay, so we should be able to speak
Yeah.
freely without being overheard.
Yeah.
And it is Mython, Zurich. Is Turk with us also?
Yes.
Okay, and then Jari. So this is the point at which Mython is going to let them in on the fact that the girl is touched by a shadow. He's going to phrase it. He's going to say, "We cannot entirely rule the girl out." Did you see her reaction to the dagger?
I saw that she was as surprised about it as you are, or as you Khalil was with her reaction as well. So
Did you see her recoil from touching it? How she held her hand in pain afterward.
And surely you don't suspect her. This is Jari speaking. I mean, if she can't even hold the dagger, how would she have plunged it into Ewan's heart?
The daggers of elven make. Only a creature touched by a shadow would react to it in such a manner. Now, I don't know if the girl herself handled the blade, but she is inexplicably ill, yet got somehow better when the medallion was placed around her neck, the amulet. We saw a wraith emerge from inside the building. And I forget, did we have Turk explain what he saw already? Because I thought I seem to remember.
Oh yes, I explained it all.
Okay, so you actually saw it come
Emerge
up
from it.
Yeah, emerge from the amulet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and so and you told us that, so yeah, Mython will say, like, it may not have been the girl per se, it may have been the thing in the amulet that she wears around her neck.
Some form of manifestation. Yeah.
Jari genuinely looks concerned when he says it, and he says, "But I handled that amulet as well, and I don't think I'm touched by shadow." And he starts
We
to
don't know.
look at his hands like, "Am I
don't
touched?"
know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. He's just off in his own world, just kind of looking at his hands, wondering if he's touched by shadow now.
Mython will say, "We don't know what the chain of cause is, of causation. She may have been touched by shadow before donning the amulet, and that is what drove the specter out of her, and why you were not affected when you also handled it. We don't know which came first."
Jari turns to user, Master Zurich. Are you okay? Are you touched by shadow? As he tentatively touches you.
Zurich just scoffs. If anything, the amulet is helping her, the poor young thing. I just don't understand if Erlinon is looking out for her and cares for her. Why would he kill the young boy that fancied her?
Because he was an obstacle. Have you noticed how he has been pressing us almost since we arrived and announced our intentions to carry on to Rivendell, to take him and the girl with us? He wants us very badly to leave.
But whoever killed the boy with the elven dagger wanted to cast doubt on Yukaliel. Did
Not
Erlinon
necessarily.
want
Not necessarily.
Barilus not to trust Eucaliel?
Who was in possession of the dagger
Mirabar.
last? Because well, this is a question I'm posing to Zurich. Who was last in possession of the dagger?
Ah, the old merchant.
And you've seen the friction between him and me. Perhaps it was his wish that we would come to blows, and the merchant would also be eliminated as a deterrent to us leaving.
The merchant's no obstacle. We should just send him on his way to Bree. And we
He
should be on our way to Rivendell.
He has certainly made himself a nuisance, wouldn't you not agree?
Just very proud of flaunting his money.
And his ignorance of the law. Yes, I agree. But he has been a nuisance and an obstacle, however small.
Like I said, send him on his way. We don't need him nor his money.
I agree, and I attempted to do that quite definitively. It didn't seem to have worked, but what I am saying is that someone seems to be attempting to systematically eliminate any obstacle to us leaving this place and continuing on to Bree.
Herlanon wants to get the girl to Bree. Or to
Rivendell.
to
Yeah.
Rivendell.
I'm sorry, Rivendell, yeah.
Yeah. Herlanon wants to get the girl to Rivendell. That's for sure.
This is also why I wanted to keep him away from the body. Although, again, that didn't seem to have gone as planned either. At least the Hobbit is still looking after things. The last thing we need is for him to tamper with the corpse.
Let the boy rest. I think we know what we need to know. And we should be on our way.
Jares looks at you, Zurich, and says, So I'm still invited to Rivendell, right?
What is your main mission, Jari?
Well, ultimately, I would love to find my brother.
Exactly. That's all you should be thinking about.
But you said that we could find perhaps answers with the elves.
Perhaps you can, and I will support you. But finding your brother is your calling now, Jerry. It's what you must do.
Who actually said that? Out of character, who suggested that he could find some kind of information?
He did.
Okay,
That was his idea.
Yeah, I'm confirming that. I was like, where did that come from? Because I don't remember any of us saying anything of the sort.
Yeah, no, and Zurich's motivation is just to get Jari to take some responsibility for himself.
He look with eager eyes, sir. What would you do?
I would go back to where he was last seen and look for clues.
Alone?
He is your brother to find, Jari.
And you have your kin with you.
And you should not have left him at the Troll Hollow.
Your priorities do seem to be out of sort.
You can see he just sits now, and he kind of just rests his head on fists of his hands as he kind of sits there and kind of starts contemplating things. Vorgar is almost done digging his hole by now. He's just a frigging machine.
He's like a backhoe, you know. You just hear him beeping in the distance.
And you can see Jari's just lost in thought now.
It's a good thing.
It looks like we might have lost Marigold.
Pika, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
She had a post a minute ago about having an issue.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully she'll be able to rejoin us. While you are having this conversation, I'm going to switch back to Eucaliel and Mirabar back within the Forsaken Inn. Mirabar takes a seat in the corner. In front of him is this like tepid-looking mug of tea. He looks at it and you just see him sneer in disgust and just kind of push it away from him. He straightens his robes and looks at you and says, "My lady of Rivendell, I am honored to speak with somebody of elevated status worthy of my attention."
Yukala just sort of like slowly nods.
And I'm sure, as likely the two most intelligent people in this building, we will come to some accord. Now, you have something I want. Actually, you have a number of things that I want. But what you do not know is that I have something that you want.
Now, I'm curious because I saw that look that went between yourself and Herlanon. You seemed a bit scared.
Oh,
Is
don't mind
part of this-
him. He's just a bully of sorts. Don't mind him. He's not part of this conversation at all. But we negotiate between ourselves, and it has nothing to do with him, I assure you.
He isn't keeping you from providing me information or anything like that.
Not at all. Not at all. He's just some vagabond, wanderer,
Insight check on
Gondorian.
that. I mean, I'm still at disadvantage, but I'm gonna give it a go anyways. Insight. Average.
All right. You can tell, like he even as you mentioned Hirlon, he keeps like shifting his glance back towards the door, making sure Hirlon doesn't kind of burst through the door at any moment. But he seems genuine in his intention that he wants to keep Hirlon out of this discussion.
Gotcha. Okay. So,
So I have something that you want. You just don't know it yet. But let me tell you that, how should I put this? What if I were to tell you that I know something about that fancy amulet that Berlas wears that nobody else here knows anything about? How much would that piece of information be worth to you?
I would like to see. I don't know how much information you have about it, and therefore I'm not entirely sure how much I should provide in return. Because, of course, we want an equal exchange here.
Of course. Of course, I would want nothing less. I am a fair businessman, a fair merchant, an honest one at that. Of course. I will give you a hint, though, before I divulge my entire hand to you. that amulet is not what it seems.
We have surmised as much.
He looks genuinely surprised at that. Like, what do you mean?
I'm not the one here providing information on the amulet. You are. So, I will say from that, I can surmise that you probably don't have a lot of information because you only just recently received this amulet that you'd never seen before. So, you
But
would not have a depth of knowledge about this artifact.
You are a worthy opponent indeed. And he just kind of rubs his hands. But how about this then? What if I were to tell you the origin of that amulet? Would that be worth something to you?
Only if it were a surprise to me, because I believe I already know the origin of that amulet, but I can't know if it was a surprise to me until I hear it. So I don't think that that's going to be incentive enough.
And I imagine you will not tell me what you believe this origin to be. That you expect me to divulge that to you to affirm, or perhaps you attempt to
No,
deceive
because
me.
if
And
I say it first, you can just affirm that yes, that's what you were going to say, regardless of whether you knew that already.
you see, I have a distinct feeling that you do not know. Because if you did know, we would not be having this conversation now.
I'm willing to accept this information. Is this hint the only piece of information you have?
No, it is not. I have, in
It's just
fact,
a
two
part of it.
pieces. Two
Two pieces of
pieces.
information.
Exactly.
Since I am clearly in the advantage in this situation, I will throw you a bone. What would you like to get for those two pieces of information that is an equal exchange? I'm not saying I will give it to you. We may have to haggle down from there or up, but tell me what you're looking for that is of equal value to what
Well,
you have.
we spoke of this earlier. That my wish is to establish a trade route to Rivendell, an exclusive one at that. And
That's a new piece of information.
all I ask is that you escort me to Rivendell, make the introductions, and from there, the rest will be up to me. I mean, if you're taking that vagabond Hirlinon and that mute girl with you, I mean,
I agree with you there. I would rather not bring Hirlanon with. However, I will, because we are undergoing a negotiation, I will put a stipulation on your request, which is I will endeavor to get you into Rivendell, but if the powers that be at Rivendell deem to refuse you entrance, then all I can do is carry your offer to them.
but
I
my
am
dear,
willing to vouch for you, and therefore I expect you to swear an oath to do no harm or ill dealings with anyone there, and they themselves will most likely require you to swear an oath to not divulge the location to anyone.
of
Are you
course,
willing to accept those?
my lips are sealed, and I will swear any such oath as long as it is in the contract that I have exclusive trade rights to Rivendell. That's all I ask. Again, this will be up to myself and whoever I am negotiating with at Rivendell. All I ask you is to bring me there and introduce me. That is it. That is
Cannot
all.
guarantee any exclusive trade rights. Those will
Exactly.
be with them.
Exactly. I understand that as esteemed an elf as you are not in a position to negotiate such rights. So I accept that. I understand.
Then let's see. I am willing to agree to that. But I would like to ask one more trivial thing, which is please drop all claim to that cart and the belongings that are currently on it. If you drop those claims, then I will be
You drive
fine
a
with this
hard
arrangement.
bargain. You should become a merchant. Really. You have a nose for it.
Well, maybe in another 100 years, when I get bored of what I'm doing now, I will become a merchant.
Fine. You have a deal. I will ask that you trade me the other cart, at least.
Of course, I am willing to provide you the other cart. Unfortunately, we don't have a horse for it, but you are more than welcome to have that other cart.
Perhaps I saw the horse that you came in on. Seems like a very strong and powerful steed, indeed.
And it is ours.
Oh, of course, of course. I make no claim on that. That's not part of our deal. But I was wondering, perhaps I would truly hate to leave my goods just sitting here, rotting in the back of this forsaken inn. Perhaps your horse is strong enough, and with the help of my dwarves, we could perhaps chain the two carts together and bring my goods along too.
Out of character, do I think that it would be feasible to have like dwarves pushing the ladder cart to assist one horse pulling the first cart? I feel like that's way too much for a single horse to be pulling.
It would be a lot for sure.
Yeah,
But
it would slow us down so much.
with a couple with the dwarves helping and maybe someone else helping, it's plausible as long as the roads aren't too muddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be much slower going for sure if you don't want to exhaust your horse.
I don't necessarily know if that is a good idea. I completely understand your concern for your goods and your concern that even if they are tucked away in the stable, that they may not be safe. However, we can make better time without the cart. The sooner there, the sooner back. And I already told you once we get there that we would provide you with a horse to
How about
take
this
your
then?
supplies to Bree.
Something even better then. We'll leave my goods here. They're mere trinkets anyway, not in the grand scheme of things. They're meant for common folk of Bree. Surely not nearly the quality that the elves of Rivendell are likely used to. I will negotiate that in my contract with the elves. Recompense for the goods that I have left here, which would be mere pittance for them, I'm sure.
Understood.
And promise for much greater goods from the halls of Eriador itself.
Indeed. So, are we in accord for this negotiation and therefore you're ready to provide me your part of the bargain?
It is a deal. And he holds his hand out to shake yours.
I will hold my hand out and shake his hand.
Okay. Very good. I'm glad we reached an accord. Finally, reasonable minds prevail. Now, the piece of information that I have for you. That
The two
amulet,
pieces of information you have for
of
me.
course, the 2 pieces of information. Um, the first, the amulet. It is of elvish design. Your kin created that thing. I have seen many wonderful artifacts in my time as a merchant between here and the Misty Mountains and Erebor itself. And it is very rare for me to lay my eyes upon such an artifact of such great design. Now, there's a second piece to that. The original design of that amulet was elvish. It is clear. The centerpiece, clearly elvish. However, the outside of that amulet, the extra gold and the furnishings, embellishments to it, that is of dwarvish design.
Interesting. And I feel like Eucaliel never got a good look at the amulet just because of the fact that Zurich was so very careful not to let anyone see it. So she has only had what other people have told her about, like, what it looks like, what its origin is. Interesting. And that is the she's definitely doing, like, poker face of just like, yes, interesting information. Um, and that is the extent of the information that you know.
Well, do you not see the implications of what I'm saying?
Pretend I am one of those lesser intellectuals and lay it out for me.
Of course. There is evil within that amulet. I've seen it for myself. There is an evil spirit trapped within it. But that evil spirit is not obviously of elvish design, possibly of dwarvish design, but I doubt that. I doubt that dwarves would meddle in such things. In addition to those 2 aspects of this amulet, the elvish core, the dwarvish embellishments, the evil imbuement of this artifact, numerous parties have had their hands on this piece. It is not as it seems. What you, if I were in your shoes, an elf of Rivendell, where the core of this device was likely created, or if not Rivendell, then Eregion, of days of old, in the second or even the first age, perhaps.
Indeed. There will certainly be those there in Rivendell. And literally, I feel like this is the first time that Eucaliel has actually said Rivendell. Like, all the other times she's kind of like worked around, like, oh yes, we're going to Rivendell. Everyone else is just like, yeah, we're going to Rivendell. But she says, yes, in Rivendell, I am sure that there will be elven smiths who can more finely pinpoint the maker's mark on.
Indeed. And I consider myself something of a historian, perhaps. It is my trade, after all. I deal with artifacts and things of that nature when I'm lucky enough to cross paths with them. And this amulet is certainly one of those, although I was more than happy to relinquish control of it once I understood its true nature.
How did you, other than seeing what you've seen and what we've seen, that wraith creature, how did you recognize its evil nature, as you say? Or was it just the race?
At that, he says, I am sorry, my dear, but that goes beyond the boundaries of our agreement and our contract.
So you actually knew more than two pieces of information.
I knew two pieces of information relevant to my conversation with you.
Understood. Well, thank you for the information. Um, I would appreciate it if you would hold up your end of the bargain and not cause grief with my friends about the cart or any of that going
Of
forward.
course. Of course. I will tell my men to pack my belongings. I look forward to our time together on the road to Rivendell. And gives you a nice smile.
Indeed. She doesn't she doesn't return the sentiment and just gets up and goes outside.
All right. I think we have lost Marigold.
Yeah, I think
Unfortunately.
she's not coming back tonight.
All right. So you make your way back. You see Hirlanon and Berla still over Ewan's body and Goldie right next to them, refusing to leave.
If Verlas has, over this time, has she calmed down a little bit or is she still in extreme distress?
She's not in extreme distress. She simply has Ewan's head in her lap and she's stroking his hair. You can see her mouthing words but not making any sound.
Okay. Can I see, is her hand actually injured? Like, is there like a burn mark or something that needs to be treated?
Go ahead, make a
The hand
perception
that
check.
touched the
Yeah.
perception check? Okay. Perception.
Oh, nicely done. No, you get a clean look at her hand as she like strokes Ewan's hair. It is fine. There's no visible marking at all.
Okay, good. Yeah, then I will come over to the group of them there, sort of like um rest a hand gently on Goldie's shoulder and just say, "How are things going out here?"
I tried to help, but I'm not very good at it. I guess habits are not as resourceful as some thought. But now that you're here, are you are you all right?
It was just a negotiation with a merchant. I'm fine. Are the others still? And I just kind of like look over to where they're all like crowded around a hole being dug.
Yeah, they're about 100 feet away. You can still see them though. You can just see Vogar's the only one digging. The rest of them are just kind of standing around.
They're just talking. Well, I think if it's acceptable to everyone here, once we have laid the dear boy to rest and paid proper respect, I believe we will all be heading out.
All?
All. That was part of our negotiations.
Hirlanon raises an eyebrow at that. Are you sure about that?
Do I think it's a good idea? You're asking? No, I don't think it's a good idea. But arrangements were made.
I see.
Do you have any information that I should be aware of that would make me want to change my mind?
Simply watch your pockets.
Of course. We spent time with Jari, of all people. We surely know to watch our belongings. Well,
What they say, the more the merrier, I suppose.
sometimes. Depends on the company, really. But I wasn't privy to your conversations about preparations. Is there anything I can help with?
No, it looks as though they finished digging the hole yonder.
Mhm.
I will bring Ewan's body if you'd like to join us.
Of course.
And he
Then
kind of gestures
join.
to Bearlass, asking her permission to take Ewan, and she kind of backs away, nods quietly, without a sound, and he picks up Ewan and he starts walking over towards the hole that you have dug.
I think I will hold my hand out, just empty, hold my hand out to Verlas, like, like an offering of to hold my hand as we walk over.
She looks at your hand with fear.
Yeah, I figured, but I was just like, it's empty, it doesn't have any elven metal on it. I'm just like, I understand that there was this surprise earlier. That was not my intention. And I assure you, I'll do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen again. I'm just offering comfort.
She takes her hand in hers, and her hand feels ice cold.
Yep. I will just clasp her hand and try not to like let a shiver run down my spine of like, ugh, I'm holding hands with someone who has a touch of shadow upon them. And I will lead her over to everyone else.
All right. So you are all gathered around the hole now. Here, Lennon carrying Ewan's body. Vogar, the dwarven backhoe, crawls out of this hole. Plants a shovel down, just kind of grunts.
I'll grab a pitcher of water before I head over.
Okay. Edric,
Zurich will hoist Jari up underneath his armpit and tell him to stand up. We're going to say some prayers.
all right. So these Edric, Mirabar, and Vig are staying back at the inn. I'm going to assume Marigold is there too, with Jack. So with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 of you standing over Ewan's body, you can see Barla starting to sign again. I'll let you each roll in intuition to see if you can understand what she's trying to say.
Insight, you mean?
Sorry, insight. Sorry, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. Man. Oh wow.
All right. I will tell Turk what he seems to understand afterwards, after the ceremony. But as she's making these signs, you can see Hirlanon watching her and translate.
Mm-hmm.
And Hirlanon says, and upon this sorrowful day, we lay to rest a young man, brave of heart, noble, hardworking, man full of potential and love and innocence. We pray that his soul finds rest. And that we have the strength to carry on without it. And with that brief ceremony, he pours the pitcher of water that you brought. Actually, it was Bearless who pours a pitcher of water over him. And Hirlidon signals to Vogar to start shoveling all the dirt back in, and he just picks up a shovel and starts.
I think I will probably just like after waiting for Berlas's speech to complete, I will just say a few words of my own in probably in Quenya. Oh God, I forget how to pronounce it, but
Quenya.
Quenya. There we go. I will say a few words in Quenya, pretty much similar to what I said when we were laying Ruby to rest. You know, kind of modifying things that the elves use for themselves, because like saying like I hope you rest well in the house of Mandos doesn't mean anything for these people. So, you know, just modifying it a little bit to fit better.
Right. Okay. Cool. So the ceremony is actually pretty quick. She also makes mention of apparently about may the waters take you, but that is not really appropriate here, relevant. But when the ceremony is over, they all just walk away. Turk, you know that what Hirlanon translated and what Berla says doesn't seem to jive. That you kind of got the feeling that Berlis was apologizing. That she kept saying what you thought meant sorry.
Baralas is apologizing for the death of.
She seems to be saying sorry to Ewan.
Okay, going to file that one away and hopefully be able to talk with her after.
All right. Well, preparations are well underway now for Mirabar, Edoric, and the dwarves are now starting to finally. There, you see, there's a spring in their step now. They're finally getting to leave the Forsaken Inn. They're stoked about that, and so it's a bit of a hive of activity as people keep moving around, getting things together, loading up the carts and whatnot.
Quick sort of it's not a retcon per se, but I thought of it. I feel like when I joined Goldie and we were talking about preparations, um, do you think anyone would have mentioned the water aspect? I mean, Goldie showing up with a pitcher of water, I probably would have asked her what it was for. If they would have explained it to me, could I have just taken like a just like cut a small piece of hair from his head, you know, just like a little piece of hair. And if anybody asks questions, I will just say that I was planning on carrying it to the river.
All right. No one really questions you except Bearless gives you a kind of curious look.
Yeah, I'll tell her we'll be crossing a river up ahead. We can't, it wouldn't be wise to put him in the river, but we can at least bring a memento of his to send down the river.
All right. The rest of you don't know this. Sorry, go ahead, Dirk.
I was just going to say, with that little bit of insight that I had about Baralas apologizing, I'm there. Okay, so it does work. There's some flowers we can see around, and oops. I'll look at Baralas and I'll point to the flowers and motion to pick up some flowers, and I'll hand them to her and is this okay to put in the grave?
She smiles at you and nods her head. Yes.
Now, her communication is nonverbal, so is she using some kind of a sign language?
She seems to be moving her hands in when she tries to communicate, yes.
And so I had to roll a pretty darn high insight check to be able to understand that it was being mistranslated.
Mhm.
Now, is she alone from Herlinon at any point that I can try to talk with her?
No, he's watching her like a hawk.
Okay.
He's constantly hovering near her.
Okay, so I'll go over to Callie and say thank you. There's something going on. She's apologizing to her boyfriend for his death. She's aware of something. I'm not exactly sure, but we need to try to get her separated from Erlinon.
I agree, but we may not be able to do that until we reach our destination, because I have a feeling that they will be able to see through the deceptions and may not grant entry, but I don't know. But I don't want to leave her behind. She deserves to be healed.
All right. None of you know that Mirabar will be joining you on your journey onto Rivendell. But you do see activity happening.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear the dwarves have been given orders to help to load up and get ready to leave.
Now that the funeral is over, I suppose I should let you all know about the negotiations, the agreement we've arranged. The merchant and his crew will be traveling with us, and I will do my best to provide him access, at which point he will negotiate his trade agreements or whatever with those in charge. Um, but they will be joining us. However, they will be leaving their wares behind, most likely. But I did negotiate that the argument about ownership of the cart and the belongings on the cart is at an end. He will not fight us anymore on that. So, and I will tell you the other information that he provided at a more quiet moment. And I'll kind of like give a look to Zurich and like a pointed look of like, quiet moment. Yes, you. I need to speak to you.
Well, let's get on our way.
Jari notices this look between you and Zurich, and he looks at you, Kalia, and then looks at you, and he just kind of, me too.
Did I look at you, Jari? Was it a
And
quiet moment?
Zurich, would you like me there?
No.
Okay, okay. I see your point. Zurich, do you have a moment? I must speak with you. If you have a moment, it would seem as though preparations are being made for our imminent departure, and I would like to have a word before leaving.
Later, Jerry.
I'm afraid this cannot wait.
We can deal with preparing our cart. The two of you can speak.
All right. Well, Zurich will grab Jerry by the elbow, and we'll start walking back to the inn from wherever this burial site was.
All right. Well, you start walking back, and he holds back a little, and stops and says, "No, I think you misunderstand. Zurich, you have proven to be my greatest friend, and my mentor, and my inspiration, if you will. And I have made the decision." And he kind of braces himself for the next piece of information he's about to say. I have decided to search for Nari on my own. I shall be leaving your company and apparently the merchants now and heading west in search of my brother.
Well, first I would say that's admirable of you, Jerry. What of your father and your uncle? Will you be leaving them behind?
I would be. I mean, they can take care of themselves. They have been for quite some time, and the contract only pertains to them. I am a free man. I can go as I please. Are you sure you don't need me?
Jerry, you just said something that I've been waiting for you to hear, which is you have a clear vision, and your brother is the most important thing. So, no, you've found your calling. I put my hand on his shoulder and say, sincerely, I hope we keep in touch.
He looks at you, and you can see he's just on the verge of bawling right now. Oh, Master Zurich, you're too kind. And he pulls you in for an embrace. He says, Are you sure you don't need my help? I am determined to proceed with this quest, but if you needed me, I would. What kind of friend would I be if to just shirk my responsibilities
Jerry,
to you?
our paths will cross again, and I have a good feeling that when they do, Nari will be with us.
He pulls away from you, and he looks quite deflated. But you can see him trying to pump himself up against. Yes, of course, I will. I shall live up to your expectations. I will dwarf up.
You got this, Jerry. You got this. Our paths will cross again.
And it's yes, yes, they will. And he just kind of pulls up his pants a little bit, tightens his belt, and starts walking away from you. First 10 steps are quite assured, and you can see him swinging his arms. Then he kind of slows a bit, looks over his shoulder at you. He's just You're oh, and he just kind of lets out a sigh, and you can just see him, his head just kind of fall, and he just kind of sulks off down the road, heading west.
Zurich will just shake his head and head back to the tavern.
All right. The Jari is gone to make his own future.
I have a feeling that's not the last we've seen of Jared.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna come back.
All right. So the rest of you, is there anything else you'd like to do at this Forsaken Inn before you finally get to leave?
Has anyone talked to Vig?
The
A little bit I have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just in deep to the merchant.
mhm.
He thought the amulet was gonna get his freedom, but apparently not. So still on the hook and not quite sure why. I'm not sure we ever found out exactly what got him into debt with Mirabar. So maybe that's something we can explore further as we travel.
Yeah. We've got days of travel ahead of us. We can
Yeah.
commiserate.
All right. So I will say, I mean, despite the fact that you have a Ranger of the North with you, you have a very large party now, and not all of them can move as quickly with you. So you're not going to have the advantage of his double movement.
Yep. Yep.
Where is he? Where's this map? So I'm just trying to find the map again.
So
Yeah,
Turk's had some pretty good roles, pretty good insights with regard to Herlinon. He's going to keep an eye on the two of them. Surreptitious eye, of course, and looking between people and at meal times and trying to see if there's anything else he can gather.
Okay. Go ahead. Either make a perception or insight. So you, I mean, canonically, I think the Forsaken Inn is between Bree and Weathertop, but we placed it after Weathertop, so you're closer to the last bridge. 1, 2. You're a day away from the last bridge, and beyond that, 3 more days to Rivendell. So it'll take you 4 days total to get to Rivendell.
Yep.
All right. So you make for the last bridge on your first day, and Edric, who it seems to be not only Mirabar's guard, but also his scout. He approaches you, Mython. Puts out a hand as to shake yours and says, bygones.
This is the merchant.
No, this is Edric, the one you took a chunk out
Oh,
of.
the merchant's bodyguard. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm having so much trouble putting the name straight.
Yeah.
He'll look at Edric and he'll say, I have no personal quarrel with you, sir, but I fear that the man you serve will be the death of you.
He just shrugs and says, I am not afraid of death. And he pays well. But I have no quarrel with you as long as we share this road.
Very well.
You take his hand?
Sure.
All right. He doesn't. His face is still very impassive, like set stone, right? That doesn't smile or anything. He just shakes his hand, just kind of acknowledges it, and kind of walks away. But before he does, he kind of takes a few steps away and turns back to you and says, "We should cross the bridge before making camp tonight. Do you agree?"
Which bridge is he referring to?
The last bridge.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Is that like would Mython know if there's any significance to that recommendation? Like,
It's kind of a double-edged sword. It is safer in the sense that more rangers and elves kind of patrol this area, but it is also a little bit more dangerous, perhaps, because the Trollshaws are that much closer.
But we did hear rumors of like people talking about like the ghosts or whatever near there being about, and while we didn't come across them, maybe they're worried about that. I don't know.
The Horwell has a reputation for being haunted.
Yeah.
You asked me to roll a perception?
Yeah. That'll be applied in camp tonight.
Fair enough.
I'm just I'm trying to think like what is what he is what he is suggesting sound advice as far as Mython would know.
Yeah, you get you know this area well enough. I mean, this is probably the closest. It's pretty much on the doorstep of what you would consider home. And you get the inkling that he's suggesting this because he wants to be on the threshold of your home, cross a haunted river, and have that behind him
Yeah.
before making camp.
All right. I think Mython will nod agreement.
Okay. So as you break finally from the Forsaken Inn, oops, accidentally closed my alchemy. And you see Jack standing there in the door, waving at you, particularly to Marigold. He gives Marigold a wink and a smile. And he calls out to you and he says, "I shan't be here when you return.
So
Good roads ahead."
Andy, I think you're muted.
There's an old story that I heard in school. I wanted to float this past you guys. To uncover a liar, I think this is a story from like, anyways, this guy's supposed to have this donkey that's supposed to be able to tell the truth. And somebody stole something. And what he did is he had everybody in private go and touch the donkey's tail. And then afterwards, he had them come up to the wise man. And the wise man said, "Come forward." And then he was able to tell who was the liar because they hadn't touched the donkey. And he had
Because they were afraid of it.
Yes, exactly. So can we uncover the murderer using that kind of
I
logic?
don't think so, in the sense that I don't think any of the people are afraid of being found out. So I don't think that will work. But
Let's file that one away.
yeah, it's a good idea. I just don't know how well it'll work against this group.
Oh, you're mute.
I cannot hear you.
I'm not sure if you heard when I returned about Jack waving goodbye to you. Did you hear that?
No.
Okay.
We did not hear
So
that.
as you leave the Forsaken Inn, you see Jack standing at the doorstep, waving goodbye to you. He seems genuinely happy to have a lot of you gone. He gives Marigold a wink and a smile, and he calls out to you, says, "Safe roads ahead. I shan't be here when you return. I have plans out west. Good luck.
Yeah, I'll just call out like good luck on your endeavors.
All right.
A fine breakfast outside of the Shire I've never had.
Okay, so you have a day's journey to get from the Forsaken Inn to the last bridge. Everyone kind of, as far as the merchants and dwarves are concerned, and Hirlanon and Berylus, Hirlanon insists that Berylus ride in the cart, and
I'm
she does
fine
not
with
walk.
that.
But he'll walk beside it. Edric kind of is ahead of it. He's kind of acting as their scout. What would you like to be doing in this caravan moving forward? Mirabar is also on the cart, sitting in the on the driver's seat or shotgun, whoever's driving the cart. I assume Marigold will be driving her own cart.
I feel like yeah. Um,
The horse is going to listen to her. It's the Elvish horse.
I don't see a problem with that. All I have to do is ask it to. It's like, hey, we're going home. Can you please be nice? That's all I need to say.
He seems happy about going home for sure.
Promise of apples.
I mean, I still have apples, but he'll have more when he gets home.
All right. So where are you guys?
I guess I will walk outside of the cart just because I would like the small folk who might have a difficult time keeping up with the cart going at a steady pace to be able to ride in the cart. So I will walk with it.
All right. Goldie, and actually, I'm curious to know where Goldie and Turk are.
As mentioned, I'll be walking alongside of the cart because, I mean, that's just what he would do, and but still, be within earshot and hopefully, out of the corner of his eye, watching the two of them.
And I will sit next to Berylus.
Okay, you're going to be riding the back of the cart too then.
Yeah.
Okay. And where are Mython and Zurich?
I would say Zurich is probably walking, right? So I imagine Vig would be walking. Zurich will walk next to Vig and kind of do dwarven small talk, maybe trade some stories of the Blue Mountains, just sort of build a relationship with him, build some trust, get to know each other, and like I said, kind of hit him up for exactly what he did to get into debt. Not right yet, like building a foundation to talk with Vig about what he did to get into debt to the merchant, but
Sure.
not addressing that specifically. And I'm giving Herlin on the stink eye every chance I get, and I'm refusing to acknowledge the existence of the merchant. He does not exist in Zurich's world.
All right. You see, Vig and Vogar are kind of standing, kind of trailing on either side of the wagon. Anytime the wagon might get stuck or hit a rock, they're the ones responsible to help keep it corrected and moving. So yeah, you can easily walk beside Vig, and he's more than happy to relive old days, the glory days of the Blue Mountain.
Yeah, and if the cart gets stuck in a rut, Zurich is will help, right? So Vig and oh my gosh, what are their names?
Vogar.
Vig and Vogar, might be hired hands or indentured servants, but Zurich's no better than them. So if they're doing a chore, Zurich is right in there doing it with them.
All right. Vig has his own questions for you too, like how you got embroiled with his disappointment of a
Ah.
son, Jari.
It's a long story, and it does all start with Jerry. I was a working man, mason in Bree for years after my father brought me there, and you know that story. But just grabbing a beer after work one night when your boy comes in and tries to lay claim to something that's rightfully mine. See, one of those little furry-footed creatures, they brought in that amulet, and it had a note, and it was addressed to me, the Mason of Bree. But your clever, creative offspring, he claimed to be the Mason of Bree. And we got in a little tussle, and I tried to punch him, and I think I missed 3 times. But yeah, that's how I got to know your kid there.
All he says is, it's a shame you didn't connect. Maybe knock some sense into him.
Ha! Well, I think he's got a good heart. We just need to build him up and point him in the right direction.
I just wish sometimes you could be more like Nari.
Well, maybe take it easy with some of that comparison stuff. Maybe that's weighing on him a little bit much. Perhaps. I don't know.
I think you knew. I wouldn't wish this on anyone, but I mean, if you were to spend more time with Jari, I think you would perhaps see things more like me.
I spent enough time with Jari. But I didn't spend enough time with Nari. And I trust that Jari will find him. And when we find Nari, we'll all get together and we'll have a good smoke. How about that?
That would be nice, and actually, I'd be quite impressed. Let me just say that if Jari actually succeeds in this quest, he's never succeeded at quite anything at his life, frankly. So that will be a first.
I believe in him.
You are a fool.
Ha ha ha.
And Mython, where are you?
In regards to what?
In regards to this caravan as it moves forward, Ederic, the scout, is ahead.
Well, I mean, he would be at the vanguard, so
Okay.
Because even if we are not able to move at a rapid pace, he's still going to be leading the way. He's a ranger.
Okay. So it's kind of like you and Ederic, and that's why Ederic wanted to make peace with you, because he knew he'd be sharing the road with you and that kind of responsibility. So he didn't want any bad blood between you two as you guided this caravan together. Hirlanon kind of trails right behind the cart, so he can have a straight line of sight to Barilus. Never leaves his sight.
So I have changed my plan. I'm actually going to be sitting in the cart across from Goldie and Barilus, writing in my journal.
Okay.
Since the cart seems more empty than I was expecting, I'm like, well, I'm not going to walk if I don't have to.
So as he's walking behind the cart and is kind of trundling forward, he calls out to you, Goldie, and says, Lady Hobbit, may I ask what brings you so far away from the Shire? And even further now.
Well, first it was a job, and now I think the call for adventure.
Adventure?
Well, for a little hobbit like me, getting out of the Shire is a big adventure, and made friends along the way, so just wanted to
Well,
happen again.
I do hope your adventures are filled with greater treasures and laughter and perhaps a little bit less death, as we have left behind in the Forsaken Inn.
Absolutely. Um,
Is you do keep strange company. It's rare that I see an elf and a dwarf and hobbits and a ranger of the north traveling together. It's just an odd company.
yeah, not the first one to point it out. It was interesting, let's say, meeting everyone. But I don't think I would have asked for better company, even though some of us are a little hard-headed.
As you say that, he looks over at Zurg. And speaking of hard-headed, when Jari first returned from Bree with this artifact, he mentioned that he managed to uh, relieve a fool of a dwarf from his belongings.
Ah, I didn't hear that.
So this is it true then? This amulet belonged to your dwarf friend at one point?
Um, Let me phrase it this way. It never stopped belonging to my friend. You're just borrowing it until your friend here feels better, and then it goes
Oh,
back to the hands it belongs. Ownership is not something you decide. And Jari made lots of mistakes.
hmm. You can see here, Lenon, just kind of sink into some deep thought about that. Perhaps there is more secrets behind that hard head of the dwarf friend than first there appears. Upon reaching Rivendell, I will make it a point to get to know him a little better.
What brought you and your friend here?
Now that is something I do not wish to trouble a young hobbit with. Our quest is, shall we say, follows a much more dangerous path. One that I hope that you never have to follow.
But I insist. If there's dangers on the road, we all should know about them.
Oh, indeed. It would be unwise not to know the dangers that we face where the shadows are growing in Eriador. The trolls have become more brazen, and
Indeed, they have.
there's evidence of orcs, uh, even as far west as the Forsaken Inn now. Surely.
West. Um, well, I needed to do mental
Yes.
math. Uh, I I have a story to trade. If you'd like to share what brought you here.
I love stories. Make the road far less,
Okay,
more enjoyable.
absolutely. Would you like to start?
Oh, what is there to say? I mean, I am a man of Gondor, uh, sent to travel the Northlands of Mirkwood and now Eriador, um, to journal what I see and encounter, and return and report upon my findings, the good people who dwell here, um, and any evidence of the shadow and evil, the enemy.
May I ask who sent you?
Oh, the warden himself.
You'll have to forgive me. I Don't know much of
Well,
Gondor.
Gondor has no king, and in its stead there is a ward until the king's return.
How? You must be important then, for them to
Oh,
trust you.
I am just a servant, like any other man.
And what about Berlas? Was she also sent?
No, 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 no. I met her uh, in Lake Town, or the ruins thereof, but um, I could see within her a special gift. And she had nothing to live for where she was now. She was destitute, and with her inability to speak, uh, ostracized by her fellow citizens, and shunned to the outskirts of town and to live a meager and pitiful life, if you ask me. And so I picked her up, and I saw the potential in her and brought her with me.
Gotta look at Berlas. What is she doing?
She seems lost in her own thoughts, just kind of like still kind of trying to come to grips with the loss of Ewan and everything that's transpired the last few days. She's just kind of staring down at the bottom of the floor of the cart, just kind of being jostled around, and not really paying attention too much. Steward, sorry, thank you, Steward of Gondor. Thank you for that.
Um, I'm gonna get out of the bench if there's a bench and like kind of sit closer to him, as if I don't want her to hear me. He's
Mhm.
just curious of me, and I don't want to interpose. But what kind of gift? I have never heard of gifts, and she seems very special.
Oh, she is extraordinarily special, and I believe she has great potential. She has something within her that the enemy will fear. But again, these are dark thoughts, and I do not wish to cast a shadow upon our journey together. Again, I do not wish to trouble a hobbit of the Shire who would not worry of such things.
Let me. How do you say it? Let me tell you not to worry about what is my worry. I will decide. And to put you at ease, I'm gonna tell you my story then. I, you say that um, trolls are going west, farther than the Forsaken Inn. What brought this weird group of ours together? Um, one of my siblings, not the smartest one of them, trusted someone and he got lost to the trolls. They helped me save him. He was, well, he wasn't lost yet, but uh, I fear that if it wasn't for them, whoever sent him there wanted him dead. We did lose a friend, a dear friend of ours. So our minds and our hearts are already clouded, and I don't like when people don't share information with me. That's putting everyone at danger. in danger. So, who is the enemy you're talking about, sir?
I am terribly sorry to hear your tale. It would seem that death has cast a long shadow over your company, and I do feel sorry for you, for your loss. The enemy is the enemy, one whose name I dare not speak, an ancient one. There are stirrings, as you have mentioned yourself, trolls as far west as Bree?
Close to.
That is troubling indeed. And that is why I am here. That is why Baralas is here, and that is why it is so important that we get to Rivendell. And I thank you and your company for allowing us to accompany you.
Would Eucalio have been able to hear them talking?
Oh
I
yeah,
know they were
yeah,
trying to be quiet, but
yeah. You can hear them.
okay. I think when they start talking about the enemy, I will sort of like look up from my writing and just say, for once, I agree with Hirlanon. Let's not speak of the enemy right now. I think that's the first time that you've seen that I know what the enemy is.
Of course. Yeah, look back. Can I go? Probably whatever food I had left in my bag is not in good standings. But I'll see if I can find something. And I'll spare it and I'll give half to Herlanon.
He smiles at me and says, "Oh, how gracious! A hobbit sharing her food." Um, he bows and smiles and thank you so much. It is a long journey ahead, and I dare say, as despite Jack's best efforts at the Forsaken Inn, um, there's only so much gruel you can eat. But thank you so much.
Um, you mentioned that yesterday night when you disappeared, you went scouting, correct? Did you find anything, any tracks or anything?
No,
Animals or something?
I was searching for the orcs who attacked us earlier in the day.
You didn't see anything?
No, I found nothing. Which is odd because orcs are not known for their stealth.
Hmm. Oh, I don't know anything about orcs, but well, I hope you're right and they're not around here.
I hope so too, and I hope for your. I know Jari invokes mixed feelings amongst your company, but I do believe he has a good heart, and I fear for him traveling the roads on his own, knowing that there are such evils out there. He seems ill-equipped to deal with such things on his own.
Yeah, there's definitely smarter people around trying to kill those that are just trying to survive or find their siblings. Goldie is smiling the whole time, but her eyes are not.
Can you make an insight check for me, please?
No, I can't.
Here, Lenon is just smiling back at you, very pleasantly. All right. So the day travel. Is there any other interactions people would like to have on the first day journey?
Just a mundane chore. As the cart's moving down the road, long grass on either side. Any rabbits show up, I've got my slingshot. For a little roast tonight.
All right. Because you're not actively hunting, I'll let you roll a hunting check, but at disadvantage. So
Fair
just
enough.
hoping something comes along.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe it's the noise of the cart trundling down the road and proximity to the road itself, that you don't see a lot of wildlife there. Nothing that you can hunt anyway.
Rule for
But as night begins to fall, you hear the distant roar of water as you approach the last bridge. Where did it
we
go?
should have brought the body with us.
It's not a good idea to throw a body into a body of water that could potentially be used as like needed water for people. Which is why I brought a clipping of hair, because that isn't going to do that much damage.
So the last bridge has stood here for centuries. It's at least it was built at least within the Second Age. Comprised of stone made of 3 arches, and beneath it flows the Horwell, a raging river at this point, heavy rapids. It is quite deep, and this is the only place to cross this river for leagues in either direction. It is often the elves of Rivendell. You know this, Eucaliel. They will often make their patrols all the way to this bridge and back. That's basically the extent of their patrols is to this bridge.
That's why when I crossed it last time, I was like, "This is the farthest I've ever been from home." I've never gone past the last bridge.
Exactly. And Edric pauses before crossing. And he looks at you, Mython. He says, something does not feel right.
Does Mython share that impression? Is he noticing anything out of sorts?
Make a perception check for me, please. This will be a straight roll for you.
Okay.
You too sense something strange. The air, as you approached the bridge, seemed to drop like a good 5-10 degrees, enough to send shivers run up your arms. And on top of that, you hear what sounds to be a very faint singing carried on the waters.
Melodious singing or discordant singing? Like, what do the voices, how do they come across? Okay, so they sound like quavering string instruments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, melodious but also terrifying.
I think Mython holds up his hand on the back of his steed. And, well, no, actually, he would be riding because the poor horse is drawing the carriage. he holds up his hand and he's like, I just heard something. Did anyone else hear that?
Goldie and Eucalio, can you please make perception checks for me, please?
Okay. Do we have it as straight rolls because somebody told us there's a sound?
Yeah, do a straight roll. So I'll take your first roll there, Goldie, which is going to be a 17. Plus 3 is going to be 20.
There we go.
Okay. You both notice Bearlass. Her eyes kind of roll up into her head and she just kind of slumps down.
Does anything seem to be happening with the amulet? Can we even see it at this point?
The amulet is still kind of tucked beneath her clothing.
Okay.
Can I grab her and try to, a little, but lay her down and.
Yep, you can help her lay down. And you can see behind you Hirlanon draw his weapon.
Yeah, I will shout out to, or not shout, I guess, but like call out to Mython and say, Bearlass is reacting to something. And I will also prepare a weapon.
Okay. What would the rest of you like to do?
Yeah, Mython is going to pull out Tulara. Is it by any chance glowing?
It certainly is.
Well, gosh.
Yep.
So where's this happening? Before we get to the bridge, or while we're on the bridge, or?
Just before you get to the bridge.
Turk gets his slingshot out.
Yeah. Does Zurich see what's going on? Does he notice Mython's?
Yeah. You've stopped and you're kind of looking around, checking each other out. Yeah, you can see this. You can see Vorag kind of hollow his maul. He's ready for action.
All right. I'm back to back with Vorag.
Okay.
What, you're hiding behind him?
No, back to back.
Okay.
Is Hirlina looking around, or is he looking at Bearlass and us inside of the car?
He is looking around, but he's not moving. He wants to keep Bearlass in his sight.
Can I? I'm afraid to touch her, but can I make sure, like, she's breathing?
Yeah, no, she's still breathing, but very shallow, quick breaths, like she's almost hyperventilating. And her eyes are all white now.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper. Hirlina, what is this?
He's looking around. He's saying, I have no idea. And he calls up ahead, Edoric, look ahead. Ensure the bridge is safe.
Yeah, because me, White Mona just ride through.
All right. Do any of you want to do something at this point? You can see Edric about to head forward.
I'm just going to ready an attack for anything that's like anything I see that's like coming at us with hostility. An attack with my bow. But I think I will just call ahead towards Mython and just say, if the path is clear, perhaps we should just go through.
Well, my then is going to say, as soon as he saw the blade glowing, across the bridge, everyone, as fast as
Yeah.
you can, do not stop. And
Yeah.
he might even give Bathron like a little swat on the hindquarters to get him to pick up the pace.
Make us fall out of the cart, why don't you?
All right. Hold on. I'm trying to get this working on
It's
alchemy
already been
here.
said.
All right. I don't know what happened to. Okay, so Edric is up ahead. So I have. If you go to the tactical view, you'll see
Okay.
characters there.
River.
So I'm gonna arrange you guys a little differently than what I had originally. So Marigold would be up front with Mirabar next to him. Irlinon is in the back, down here.
Can we just
Bearless.
assume the cart is between us?
So where Marigold is, that's where she's sitting on the cart. You guys would actually be a little further ahead because the horse will take two squares. Volgar is on this side here. So Eucaliel, you are in the cart,
Yep. And Goldie is next to.
and
There.
Turk, you are outside the cart.
Yeah. Outside the cart.
And you are kind of here.
Right next
Zurich.
to Vogar.
Oh, you're next to Volgar on the other side. All right.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's how it is. Who am I missing? I feel like I'm missing
The
someone.
merchant.
Mirabar.
The merchant
Ah.
taken on there. Yep.
He doesn't count. He's a non-combatant. He's not going to do much anyway.
Can Vig be next to Vogar and Zarek? I imagine all three of us were probably hanging out together.
No, Vig and Vogar were intentionally on either side of the cart to help steer it.
Oh, I got you. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, yeah. So I was on Vogar's side. Gotcha.
Okay. So you heard Hirlanon give Edric an order to scout the bridge, cross it, and make sure it's safe.
Yes.
I might have to ask you to roll a shadow for that. All right. So Edric starts moving across the bridge. I just want, yeah, he's got a spear. So he's got his spear out. Let's make a quick roll for him. He makes it about halfway across the bridge. He's kind of looking over the sides at the turning waters below him. Takes another step. And you all hear this strange song around you now. And he turns and faces you. His spear in front of him. And a strange smile on his face. He's not moving anymore. What would you like to do now?
I think Mython and the cart were moving forwards, right?
All right, so Mython, you gave your horse a slap on the bum, and the whole thing starts moving forward, and you along with it?
Yep.
All right. Mython, can you please make... Hold on. Give me 1 second. I have to get my book. Just faster to look it up in my book than trying to find it in alchemy. Can you please make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Everybody?
Nope, just the Mython right now as he moves across.
Straight roll.
Straight rolls, just saving throw. Okay. You move about 10 feet forward, ushering the cart forward along with you and everyone inside of it. The rest of you see Mython stumble and then fall to the bridge.
Fall off the bridge?
Nope, no, he's still on the bridge. He just kind of slows, takes staggers a couple steps, and then just kind of almost collapse onto the bridge. The cart continues to move forward. Unless you
We're
want
not gonna run
Marigold.
him over though.
Yeah, unless you want Marigold to make a test to stop the cart in time.
Yeah, I don't think we want to run him over.
Okay. I'm going to have her. Who wants to make the roll for her? It will be an animal handling check. Straight roll. Who wants to make that roll?
I've been lucky. How about I do it?
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
-1 to your roll.
So die 20.
D20 -1. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just going to roll the d20. I'm not sure how to get
Yep.
the minus, but we'll all
That's-
understand.
Yep.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm sorry, Maidon. Oh my god!
Great, great.
All right. Beautiful.
He's on the ground though. Maybe he's on the inner edge of where the wheels would go.
Maybe he can roll underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mython, you are just unconscious. The song puts you into a deep slumber, is what happened. Marigold, in her attempt to rein in the horse to stop, it panics, and instead, oh my gosh, the horse bolts and rushes forward instead. You will automatically fail your saving throw, Mython. But, and as a result, you will take some damage. Some bludgeoning damage from being run over by a cart. What do you guys think? 2d6? Seem fair?
1 die 6 for
I
each
feel
wheel.
like that's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
For a whole cart.
All right, so you take 6 points of damage. Perhaps it just kind of runs over your thigh or something, the fleshy part of your leg. It's not so bad. You get another wisdom saving throw from taking that damage to see if that wakes you up. No, you're
Question.
fast asleep.
Since we're not like in turn order or anything at this point, having seen him collapse and then the cart not stopping for him,
Mhm.
can I attempt to like get a good hold of the cart and like lean over to like try to grab some part of him as we pass over him to get him into the cart? Because like if we're not stopping, I need to try to get him in the cart.
Um,
Grab it by the hair.
Or a
Actually,
cloak
this is
or
a good,
something.
probably a good time to roll for initiative.
Okay. Okay. Now initiative isn't affected by Exhaustion.
Initiative is a ability check,
Right. Okay.
so it would be affected.
Is there a way of doing the disadvantage on that like roll initiative button?
Oh, I think they added that, but I'm not sure how they added it.
Well, I'm gonna try the typical like hold and then pull down and see if that works.
Okay.
No, it didn't do anything, so I'm just gonna roll it.
Didn't. Okay. Okay, your initiative is 6, it says.
Okay.
Mython, you just got run over. I will let you make, at the end of your turn, you can make another wisdom save.
I don't know if it actually rolled initiative for me.
We don't see it, but it shows up in the encounter tab. I wish
Right.
they still showed it in the journal tab, but it doesn't anymore.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
But it
anymore.
also doesn't. It doesn't put any kind of number next to.
Nope. It just automatically orders us.
Yeah, I can see your numbers, what you rolled. You rolled a 20, Mython.
Of course I did.
So you are first. So go ahead. At the end of your turn, you can make that wisdom save.
So just make a wisdom save.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't do anything else.
Yeah.
All right. Nope.
All right. So you're still sound asleep, half under this cart. It's out there. Let's just turn. You laid her down, Goldie. Right. Tried to make her a little comfortable as she's shallow breathing. Her eyes are rolled into the back of her head. She seems to be lost in some sort of trance. She immediately gets to her feet.
Stands up inside the cart.
Stands up inside the cart.
Oh no.
And is about to jump into the river. You will each get the equivalent of an opportunity attack, which you can use to
Like
grapple her if you like. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. Not good at that, but I'll give it a go. That's athletics, right?
That would be athletics.
Fuck.
Yeah. Both of us at disadvantage. Can we help each other and just have one of us do a straight roll?
I'll do that.
Or do
Yeah.
you want the opportunity of doing 2 rolls? I don't know.
Your choice. I'll allow either one. Whatever you guys.
What are you thinking, Goldie?
Uh,
I have nothing to athletics. I'm just gonna say that.
Same.
Okay. Let's just both roll. You know, gives us more chances of getting a good number.
Yeah.
Okay. Disadvantage.
Oh, it's easy. You just have to beat a 5.
Oh, we both did. Yes.
All right.
I'm grabbing her legs.
3 weak people trying to put each other down.
All right. So you see her like bolt right up, climb up over the edge of the cart, and make the jump, and you grab her just in time before she hurls herself into the river. Hirlanon sees this, rushes forward, pushes past Vig, and will put away his sword and grab Barelas, like in a bear hug, so she cannot move. And if you guys allow him to, and you would have to basically let go of her for him to do that.
Is he gonna like get up into the cart, or is he just taking her from the cart and he's holding her?
He looks like his intention is to drag her away from the cart and back onto the land behind you.
Oh, to not cross the river?
No.
We have to cross. I mean, I don't think I could fight him, but what do you think, Goldie?
Maybe we can convince him, but we're down the initiative.
Well, we need to get across is the thing. But like,
Yeah.
hmm.
All right. He's grabbed her. He's going to start dragging her
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, I think I'll.
He-
Question.
Mhm.
Now I don't know if this is something that is possible, but as he is pulling her away from us,
Mhm.
is it possible to like catch on the chain of the amulet and try to like snap it away from her?
No, I would have allowed that if you had your reaction still, but you don't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Hirlan can only move us that far, and he drags her off the back of the cart onto the ground, and he's holding her.
Okay.
Turk, you're up.
I am at the back. I've heard this rather unusual singing, screeching sound.
Mm-hmm.
The cart fills the whole width of the bridge, or
Yeah, it does.
what? Is there any way to, as a small hobbit, run up alongside of the cart?
I'll allow you to make an acrobatics check to do that. If you fail, you will fall into the river.
I'm sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say you might want to just try jumping onto the cart instead of trying to get around it. Just try to get onto it.
I'm trying to come to the aid of Maidon.
Yeah, I mean, you could wait. You could wait for him to come out the other side. Like the cart is moving, so eventually he's just gonna be there. Because he's already underneath the cart. Like you
Yeah.
have to get.
I have this
under the
image of
cart.
these two divots in him.
He only took 6 points of damage. He's fine. He's having a well-needed rest.
I'll say this: you can jump up to here easily.
Yeah.
You can use a jump to like get onto the cart here, and you still have some movement, so you can make your way up to the cart. And he'd be basically beneath you and 5 feet in front of you, so at least you're in a position to help him if needed.
Try to get him out from further damage by the wheels.
Yeah.
Or has that already is the cart already past him?
The first wheel is.
Okay, I'm going to make that acrobatics roll. I'll
Oh no! If you like go up here, jump onto the cart here, no acrobatics roll is required. You can do it. Not a problem.
I still have to roll to try to get him out.
To get him out. So let's say you're up there.
Yes.
You're on the cart now. You're kind of reaching underneath the wheel and trying to pull him up to safety. Yeah, that's going to be. I'm going to say a DC 18, either athletics or acrobatics check, because that's hard.
And failure results in damage to me and him.
No, failure just means you can't. You won't be able to do it.
Okay.
If you get a nat 1, however, I'll say you fall off the cart.
Acrobatics, then it is.
$18. Nicely done. So that'd be 5, 10, 15, 20. And you have enough movement to drag him up onto the cart into safety.
Or yell out, "Somebody help me!" Because I don't think I'd be strong enough to actually lift him. So I've got a hold of him, but I think
Okay.
somebody's going to have to help me. Yeah.
All right, so you got him. So he won't get run. I'll just say this: with that roll and that success, he won't take any further damage from the cart. You at least positioned him so they won't take any more damage. Okay, cool. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Me?
Yes, you.
This is not going to go well. Oh, save, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so here's what happens. You manage to pull Mython, position him in a way that he won't get run over by the other wheels, but as you do so, you just kind of slump over the edge of the cart. You don't fall out, but you just kind of slumped over the edge of the cart, and you are now fast asleep too.
So I grab him. Somebody out! Okay.
You-
All right, Vig, he's not going anywhere. He's going to back up a bit. Vogar is just wielding his maul. He's just like looking for something to hit. He doesn't know what is going on though, but he's not moving. Eriador is going to make an animal handling check to see if he can stop the horse. Yes. So he kind of holds his hands up with his spear, and the horse rears up but stops in the middle of the bridge. And that is all he wants to do. Goldie.
So Turk is asleep in the cart. Mythen's in the middle, and Edric is blocking us. In Herlin on left. Shit. Can in my hobbit brain associate the music with them falling asleep?
Yeah, you know it's connected. You don't even have to make an insight check for that.
Can I guess this will be my action, but could I try to block my ears with something?
That will give you advantage on your saving throw.
I don't know if that's gonna help me anyways, but I'll try. Yeah, I'll do. Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll just ask Marigold to cover her ears too.
All right. So go ahead and make your saving throw with advantage. Wisdom, please.
Oh, great.
Nice. You make it. You succeed.
Oh,
You are not asleep. The sounds do not sound like a melody of rushing waters to you, and you manage to shake it off. While you are at it, can you also roll with a 2d, roll 2d20, like roll a d20 with advantage for Marigold's turn.
oh.
She fails. She falls asleep.
Yeah, because I think our wisdom's the same, so.
Oh yeah, yeah. Her wisdom is not that great, actually. Yeah, I think it's -1 actually.
Just like mine. Not very wise habits.
What's the high saving throw? Does that have to be like 18?
18. 18 to succeed.
Okay.
Zurich.
So what do I see Herlinon doing?
Hirlinon has grabbed Berylis and is trying to drag her off the cart and back on shore to safety.
I do not want the amulet to be at risk. I'll move to here and help them.
All right. So cool. Eucalio.
Okay. So, okay. I was checking some things because outside of the Lord of the Rings one, elves usually can't be like put to sleep by things. So I was checking that. This doesn't have that, so that's great. Um, so I missed whether or not Mython has been fully pulled to safety yet.
I'm actually going to say with Mython, you are prone but awake, and you are no longer at risk of being run over. So when it comes to next to your turn, you can take an action, but you're prone.
Okay. So he's outside of the cart, but
He's still outside of the cart. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can I see any source of this music?
Look over the edge of the cart and into the waters below.
Yeah.
I need you to make an intelligence save for me, please.
Right. Well. Okay. Intelligence save. +5 to the
All
roll,
right.
probably still not high enough.
You make it actually, because this one is a little lower. And I'll show you what you see if I can find it. Come on.
Which is nice because my intelligence save is actually higher than my wisdom save by 1, but still.
Yeah, you see this below you in the waters, a dark, shadowy thing. And as you look upon it, it shrieks up at you. But you made your saving throw.
Okay.
And staved off any shadow points that you would have gotten from it.
Okay. Well, I didn't do a perception check, so I didn't use my action. I'm going to shoot the creepy thing because we
All
need
right.
to make this singing stop. So,
right.
is it off of the left or the right?
It is like right below you, about
Okay.
30 feet
Gotcha.
below.
Okay. Then
And I'll put her token on, actually.
I'm going to try to shoot it. I don't think a bow and arrow will do much good, but I don't have the cool ghost slaying weapon, so I will when I spot it, I will shout, "It's below us in the water!" and then shoot. Okay, let's see. Short bow attack with disadvantage because it's normal because attacks don't have disadvantage. Okay. Normal. I don't think that hits.
No, unfortunately, it will not. The arrow goes like flying straight into the churning waters beneath the bridge.
Whatever, Mython. I was trying to make sure that we knew where to attack.
He doesn't actually say that. That's just for you.
I'm trying to be helpful.
All right. Luckily, you do not seem affected by this song, Galio.
Interesting, though. Why?
Why, indeed. My thought.
Well, he stands up for one thing.
All right.
So
I'm
that's
going to
what I
have you
think
move this way here to stand up because
half of his movement gone already. You said Ederic stopped the cart, right? He held up Bathron and stopped the cart.
yeah, and he's holding the reins now to make sure the cart does not move further.
Yeah, he'll look at Ederic and he'll say, "Release the reins and stand aside."
He does not.
Okay. I think that Maidon in this instance is fully justified in attacking Ederic. He is either possessed or he is in league with whatever this evil is, so he is going to attack him.
Okay.
I think it's just... Yeah. I think I need to disadvantage this attack roll, yeah?
No, attack
No.
rolls aren't
No.
disadvantage.
Nope. Straight attack.
What? Wait, I'm sorry, two people talking at once. What was the...
No disadvantage.
Okay, hopefully this comes... Yeah.
That's still a 17, though.
No, like I couldn't get it to disengage once I started pulling down on the little button. Like I tried hitting it to make it like cancel out, and it didn't. So it ended up rolling anyway, like a disadvantage.
That is a hit. And is the damage correct?
Yeah.
All right. Still up, but badly wounded.
I mean, he never recovered from his last wound, did he?
He got a long rest in.
Okay.
Wait, he got a long rest?
Oh, no.
he
Sorry.
didn't?
No, it's a short rest. He got a short rest.
Okay.
But he did use hit dice to recover some.
Gotcha.
All right. So Mython comes up swinging, takes a slice out of Ederic, who seems not quite himself. Baralas, his turn. She is held by Irlinon. Zurich, you are helping. You are facing her. Her back is to Irlinon, so he can't really see what she's doing. But you have a clear view. She's reaching for the amulet.
I'll try to grab her wrist. It's not my turn, but that's what I'll do.
All right. No, you can do this as a reaction if you like.
Yep.
Keeps doing this. All right. Go ahead and make that attack. Do this.
Athletics?
It'll be athletics. Yeah. I rolled a nat 1. Poor Baralas, man. The rolls are not on her side tonight. All right, so you managed to stop her hand before she is able to clutch the amulet. She, again, seems totally incoherent. Not in here. Her eyes rolled back. So her action is stopped. That will bring us to Hirlinon. Hirlinon sees you grab her wrist, preventing her from touching something. He yells over to you, "Quickly, Master Zurich, drag her away from the bridge."
Zurich nods.
And he will just continue holding on to her, so he'll help you when it comes to your turn. Turk. You are asleep. At the end of your turn, you can go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. See if you wake up.
Is the merchant not in the?
Oh, that's right. I should roll for the merchant. I'll see if he's asleep too. Yeah, he's asleep. He's snoring blissfully next to Marigold. They're both guys kind of leaning up against each other, sleeping away.
In my headcanon, he was already sleeping when we got to the bridge, and he's just still sleeping.
Probably, exactly. He has no clue what's going on. All right, sorry. What would you like? Oh, did you? Sorry, you failed your save, so you are still asleep. Vig is just hanging back. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this. Vogar looks into the water. Saving throw for him. Now you, Zurich, you're the only one that can really see this. You know Vogar. He's battle scarred, not all there, just a brute force kind of guy. As he looks into the water at this thing, you can see him like raise his maw as if he's going to rush this thing in the water. But for the first time, you see this snarling, mean, nasty dwarf smile. Drops his maul and climbs down the bank towards the river.
Oh my god. All right, well, whatever he just looked at, what registered in Zurich said is don't look in that direction. Whatever he just made eye contact with, Zurich is like, don't look there.
No one else can see this, so Vogar disappears under the bridge.
Oh shit.
I feel like the only person who'd be looking in that direction would be me, since I looked down there.
Oh, that's true. You do see this, Eucaliel. You see Vogar, the nasty battle dwarf. He's dropped his maul on the shore. Stupid grin on his face as he goes blissfully walking into these rushing waters. You can see him struggling with the water a little bit as he tries to reach this ghostly figure, Shadow. And you just see him reach up one last time and then disappear under the waters.
I feel like I'm gonna be the one who has to like attack this thing with the ghost blade, but that's not gonna work.
Everick will take a swing at you, Mython, with his spear.
Nope.
That's not going to hit. All right. Goldie.
How much could I like squeeze by Marigold and jump out of the cart towards the front?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. And would it be possible for me to go here? Like behind.
5, 10, 15. Yeah, you can. You have enough movement to do that.
Then without leaving his. And as I'm walking by, I want to attack him with my dagger.
Okay. 10, 20, 25. You have 35 feet of movement, right? 30
I
feet
have
of movement?
30.
All right, no, that's just enough because Mirabar is here, so you have to move through him. That'd be 10 Mython, 20, 25, 30. Yep, 30. We'll get you right there.
I'm gonna try to attack him.
Okay.
Not great.
13. What is Edric's armor class? No. No, sorry. Not good enough.
Okay. I'll just stay there. Just
Okay.
wake up.
Zurich.
Zerk's highest priority is the amulet. He will grab Barrelass by the waist,
Mhm.
sort of toss her over his shoulder, and try to carry her away from the bridge.
All right, go ahead and make an athletics check with advantage.
Holy shnikes.
Still beat my crappy roll. That's good enough.
All right. Whew. All right, we'll go back here.
All right.
So hopefully that's far enough away. I guess half movement since I'm carrying somebody, so
Yep.
5, 10, 15, yeah, that's about half. That's half my movement.
All right. So you have dragged her away from the river.
End of turn.
End of turn. She disappears under the waters. My thought. You're up.
Okay. I say again, Edric, stand aside.
No, he's not moving.
Okie doke.
$13 is a miss, fortunately. All right. Anything else from my thought?
I would just make a
It-
quick suggestion. I think last time we
Question.
were doing flanking, so maybe at the very least move into flanking position.
Can't. There's a horse here.
Yeah, there's a horse there.
Oh,
But
I thought it was taking up like whole space there. Okay.
I was going to ask, is Bathron completely inert in this situation, or can he arguably do something?
Someone would have to tell him to do something. Otherwise, he's not going to be a combatant. And that would require an animal handling check.
Okay.
You can ask me to tell him to do something, but
I think that you're otherwise preoccupied.
I mean, she disappeared. I don't have anything to target.
I've already spoken. Like, I know that usually speaking is a free action, but I've said a
Yeah.
few words.
You have
Can
a
I say
bonus
a few
action
more?
still. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that is true. Then, yeah, he'll shout back over his shoulder. Kaliel, the horse, urge him forward.
Okay.
Okay. Run Goldie over. Hobbit speed bump.
Run all of
All
you
right.
over. Again.
I mean, like, he's not likely to just trample everything in front
Yeah,
of him.
no.
because
Horses
he's-
have it. Yeah, horses obviously try to avoid that instinctively.
But he's also going to be like going from a dead start, so he's
Yeah.
not going to have like a lot of speed behind him.
Barrelass, on her turn, is going to try to escape your grasp, Zurich.
Okay.
So you can make either an athletics or an acrobatics check, and she's going to make an athletics. Oh my gosh, I don't think. No, I'm not, I don't even have to roll. Unless.
That 20 might do it.
Nope. I don't think I've rolled anything above a 10 yet tonight. All right, so she is struggling but cannot get free. Hirlinon. Just moves back here and tells you, Zurich, I have her now. Help your friends. Turk, go ahead and make another wisdom save to see if you wake up. Yes, you wake up. That's at the end of your turn, though. Vig is kind of been staying back this whole time, just trying to figure out what's going on. He saw his brother rush off or just kind of wander off into the river and disappear. He is going to go after him. All right. First, 20. Nice. You can hear from beneath the bridge that same kind of sound. Trying to draw him into the water, but he resists. And you can hear him swearing in Dwarvish. Be gone, you evil spirit. Release my brother. And he picks up his brother's maul, and he makes his way down to the banks. See what he can smash with it.
But he doesn't look like he got affected by it. He
No,
looks like he staved it off. Okay, cool.
that's correct. Edric. One, two, three. No, 1, 2. It will attack Goldie. 4, 5, 6. Will attack Mython. Mython.
Nope.
Another miss. All right, Goldie, you're up.
Stupid question. Does the horse give me flanking?
No, unfortunately, until the horse is just not a non-combatant right now, so it's not.
That's why I'm stupid. I'm gonna try to. Can I discern without using my action if he's like bad or if he's?
I'll let you make an insight check with disadvantage because you are like right in the thick of things.
I am so good at that.
Nice. He is not bad. He clearly does not seem himself.
Okay. Then does non-lethal damage work the same as in regular?
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna try to whack him, but without killing him.
Okay. What are you whacking him
So-
with, by the way?
I have my dagger, so I kind
Your
of
dagger?
turn it around.
Okay, hit him with the
I'm gonna
pommel or
reach to the
something.
head.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't reach to the head, so I'll just injure him lightly.
All right.
Wake up! Or if he bends down, I will cover his ears. Come on.
Oh, not one. No, that's going to be a miss. Sorry.
Well,
Close. Zurich.
Again, I just give Herlin on the stink eye. I don't trust him. And I don't know if I can see past the cart to the action that's going on north side of the bridge, right?
You can probably just see, like, obviously Mython is there, and
What's
you
going on.
probably saw
Yeah.
Goldie run up there too.
All right, I'm also more interested in what's going on. Let's move a little bit. 5, 10, 15. Vig, what do you see?
Can you make an intelligence saving throw for me, please?
Fudge. Intelligence saving throw.
I didn't get a chance to warn you.
Intelligence saving throw. Yeah.
Gain 2 shadow points.
Holy
Please.
snakes.
And you have an irresistible urge to join the shadowy creature you see under the bridge.
Oh! All right.
And you start moving forward with whatever movement you have left. I'm going to let Vig try and stop you. I'll let you roll the athletics check.
For myself?
Yeah, just roll a d20, and this will be Vig's athletics check to see if he stops you from going into the water. Add 3 to this die. Oh my god.
Ah!
All right, Eucalio from up on top, and actually Turk could probably see this too as you wake up. You see Zurich, son of Mudrik, walk into the water as if he's in some sort of dream state.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the horse thing this turn.
With a big smile on his face, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Eucalio. What would you like to do?
Okay. If I do the animal handling check and giving orders to the horse, that's like my action, right?
Yeah, it is.
I can't do that this turn. Question. Do I know if, because I saved against its fear thing from looking at it once, if I'm good or I have to save every time?
Make an old lore check for me, please.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Because, like, if I'm good, I want to just go down there. Okay, let's see. Old lore. Okay, I'm going to argue for a straight roll because I brought books with me about, like, the tales of the regions and the creatures that exist here.
I'll give you a straight roll, not because you won't have time to leaf through your books at this juncture,
but, like,
but
I've
this
read
region
them
is
already.
somewhat familiar to you, and you have heard. It's a pretty famous
Okay,
stories of this
Straight roll.
river.
Old lore, come on. Why so low, old lore? Okay. So I just
The
don't
best
know.
you can recall is that you do recall that these rivers are haunted. Stories of either fallen Numenorians or even elves that fell under sway of the enemy and were cursed to live out their existence within these waters. And cursed again to draw people into them and drown them. Now, you've never heard or seen that actually happen. It's just been a fairy tale that keep elves on this side of the river. But
All right. Well, what I would like to do, and I don't know how much of it I can do in the turn that I have, but let me double check my inventory. Yes, what I would like to do is take my rope, tie it around my waist, either hand it off to Turk or tie it to the cart. I don't know which one is possible, but I want to be able to do that. And then I'm going to go off the edge of the bridge because I want to try to rescue Zurich. I'm like, I can't do this horse thing right now. I need to rescue Zurich. So I've got a 50-foot rope around my
Okay.
waist on the thing. Let's go.
So
give me
I
that end of the rope. Give me the end of the rope. Yeah.
I will say reaching in, grabbing that rope is going to be your free action.
Mhm.
I'm going to say you're going to have to make either a hunting check for me, please, to see if you are able to tie this rope well enough.
Okay.
Oh, I
Because
thought
it
she was
is-
hanging at the end.
What?
She's
Oh,
tying it
you're
around.
Yeah, I'm tying it onto myself, and then yeah.
And then passing
The
it on
cart.
to the other end. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Where's hunting? There we go. Okay, hunting. Ugh, disadvantage. Wonderful. All right, here we go.
You don't have any more rhymes of lore as you do.
I have been out of rhymes of lore since like
Okay.
3. Okay.
By the way,
I really want to go have a nap in Rivendell.
by the way, you guys still have like 4 fellowship points. Right? That allows you to re-roll things. All right, so
15 pretty good?
15. That's enough. You tie yourself off and you repel.
Mhm. I'm down there.
No, I'll just put you over there.
Yep.
All right.
Get to Zurich.
So Zurich has walked into the water. He's how tall is Zurich?
He is 5.
Yeah, he's a tall dog.
No, 4'5". 4
4
4
foot.
4 4 feet 4 feet 6 inches. But
All right.
you use metric. So what is that metric? I don't know. Yeah, he's 4.5 feet tall.
And what's his strength?
My strength is 16.
16. All right. So you can see these rushing waters are kind of buffeting him. And even though he's just stepped off the bank, he's already chest deep in these waters. You'll at least have your reaction next turn to save him before he gets
Okay,
swept away.
gotcha.
Oh God.
Yep, I'm there. I'm ready. I couldn't do the horse things. It's like if I don't do something, Zurik's out of here.
My thought.
Okay, I mean, he's warned Edric twice. Edric is clearly out of his mind, so he's not even going to bother this time.
That's a hit for 6 points. And Edric goes down.
Oh, I guess we forgot to ask. Mython, were you doing non-lethal damage?
Yeah, I'm assuming it was lethal.
Okay.
So Goldie is down on the bridge, like she's down on the stone.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Right? I still have
I am
movement. Can I rush?
looking at the bleeding body.
Can I rush forward, grab her up,
Mhm.
and pull her to the other side?
Goldie, are you going to resist?
Goldie wants to go save Marigold, actually, now that Edric's no longer a problem.
Okay, so you're going to push off Mython?
Well, so hold on just a moment. Is Marigold still on the cart?
She
Yeah,
is.
they're
With
both asleep on the cart. Turk is awake, though. I
Because
believe.
as soon as the cart starts moving, she'll be carried along.
But who's driving it is the
Yeah.
question.
Goldie's driving.
Yeah, because the driver and the other person in the driver's seat, they're both asleep. The only person left on the cart right now who's awake is Turk.
So Bathron is just standing there dumbly.
yeah, I mean, no one's
I
told
didn't
him to go
give
anywhere.
command.
Yeah, he's waiting.
I had to make a choice. Zurich walked willingly into the raging river. I had to go rescue him.
I mean, is it? This is a horse. Horses are trained to respond to certain simple verbal commands. So if I say "Yeah, Bathron," would he actually go, or are we going to say that I actually have to be able to speak to animals for that?
No, you can command him. Like he's your horse, right? You've ridden him for a while. He'll know your command.
Okay, then I will grab up Goldie and I will say "Yeah, Bathron."
Did Goldie see everyone like going in the water, or was she too busy? Because if she saw that, I'm sorry, but she's not going. She's gonna try to duck.
You would have probably seen Eucalio swan dive over.
At least they don't see them, so I'm assuming the worst. Yeah, no, Goldie's gonna try to duck.
All right, Mython, I'll say this: you see that she's trying to avoid you, so you can either make that roll or just forget it and just keep going.
I mean, the cart's coming. If
Mhm.
Bathron moves, the cart's coming. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the plan is there, but he's still going to grab for her.
All right, make a contested check. Then you roll athletics, Mython, and Gold, you can roll acrobatics or athletics to avoid the grab. Five to a 10. So Mython, you pick up a hobbit unwillingly.
The hilarity of the situation is that we're both rolling at disadvantage. So it's like it's like
The insane
this-
amount of fumbling that we've all
Yeah.
been doing for days is just hilarious.
All right, so you managed.
it's like we're both handicapped, and it's just like I happen to be less handicapped in this situation.
All right, so you have half your movement from here on. So you moved 10 feet already, so you have another 20 feet, or another 10 feet with Goldie.
I'm just gonna pull her aside, like get to the end of the bridge and pull her up to the side so that she doesn't get run over by the cart.
Okay. Okay, you can probably swing Goldie around like this too if you like.
Yeah.
All right. All right. There's... She escapes from Hirlanon's grasp.
Hirlanon, you knucklehead.
And rushes this way.
Oh my god.
And you all lose sight of her.
Dude had one job.
Boy, you had one job. You can never trust a Gondorian with anything.
Hirlanon
Gondorian.
is running after her, and he also disappears.
Oh. Every time I get diverted from the amulet, bad stuff happens. Every time.
Vig. Now you have a choice, Eucalio. Vig is going to go for Zurich.
Uh-huh.
Try to grab him. You can either assist him, giving him advantage, or just not and just. What would you like to do?
So if I assist him, giving him advantage,
That would be your reaction, and you would
that
not
would
be
be
able
my
to.
reaction.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm willing to assist to give him a better chance.
All right. Since you're the one assisting him, I'll let you roll the d20 this time with advantage
Okay. All right.
and add 3 to the die.
Come on, Callie.
Okay. Hang on. Where is the? I used to know where the
Oh, click the white circle in the bottom middle of the screen. That'll bring up a dice tray.
Yeah. How do you add modifiers to it?
Oh,
Or do you...
don't you can't if you're using the dice tray. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Let's-
so I'm rolling with advantage. Okay.
Yeah.
D20 with advantage. Good lord.
+3.
Yeah.
Not good enough to pull him from the raging waters. I will allow you to burn a fellowship point here if you want.
Yeah, I think that that's appropriate. Because otherwise, I feel like we're gonna completely and totally lose Zurich.
Okay, roll again.
Okay. All right.
Still with advantage.
Still with advantage, yeah.
Okay. D20 advantage. Come on. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Natural 20. All right, with that, he hauls Zurich by the scruff of the neck. Whatever hair you might have back there. Your mullet or something going on. Just
Yeah, I
grabs
do a
that.
mullet, yeah.
By the beard.
Yep.
He pulls you onto shore with that. And you are safe for now.
Just hit me over the head with a rock. Knock me out.
Edric is dead. Goldie, you have just been hauled forcibly onto the far side of the bridge. What would you like to do?
Has the cart moved over to this side?
Yeah, the
already?
cart is actually going to start moving now. So Goldie, I'm going to move Edric.
So Eucaliel is also going to start moving across the bridge.
Yep.
Good thing I saved you first.
Whee!
Yep. Sikali starts.
Okay, I'm not worried.
So what would you like to do, Goldie?
Do I see Herlanon?
From where you are, no.
One, two, three. Has Mylon let me go?
You
Am I
see,
touching the
yeah.
ground?
Mython, did you let Goldie down at the end of that, or are you still holding on to her?
I am holding on to her until the cart makes it across the bridge.
God
Okay.
damn it, we gotta help them!
All right. So if you want to escape, it'll be contested athletics.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
All right.
Athletics, not acrobatics.
This one is athletics.
Well, hell.
right. Unfortunately, Mython's grip on you is too strong and you're unable to break it.
And I'll just stay up there fuming like a kid. I am gonna actually be punching Maidan. I don't do any damage because he's doing his shit. We need to help them.
He's doing that thing where he's got like his hand on your forehead and you're just swinging wildly, but you can't actually reach him.
Oh.
If I'm on the car or on
Nah,
the
just
ground, I'm
kidding.
running.
No, he's got you by the scruff.
All right.
I can fit under the cart.
Zurich. You have been snapped out of it by this rescue. You find yourself sopping wet on the side of the river. Not quite sure how you ended up here. What would you like to do? You see Vig just kind of shaking you, like, "Wake up, man! Wake up!"
Say, what
And you,
happened?
Galliel,
when,
just floating over the middle of the river.
Are you still swinging from your rope?
She
Yeah, but the
certainly
cart
is.
started moving, so I'm no
Yeah.
longer close to the edge. I'm in the middle.
Oh, that's fun. Just sort of like ask Big what happened and sort of drag myself, I guess, drag myself away from the rapids.
Okay.
Before we get any further, I just
Mhm.
want to draw everyone's attention. If you go back to the original image, the story mode image, these little posts that you have here, they're quite high. So I think they would act like a pivot. The rope would sort of be around
Yeah.
them, and she'd be pulled up.
Yeah, she probably pulled up a little bit.
Yeah.
And not quite kind of. She'd probably be back here still. In fact, then the rope just pulled up.
Ah!
Yeah.
Ask Big what the hell happened.
Here. You know, swear. You're an idiot. That's what happened. And he kind of he's trying to shove past now that you're safe, and he's looking. You can see him scanning the river for his brother.
I'll say, where's the girl?
I don't know where the blasted girl is, and he's not even turning around to check. He's looking for his brother.
I'll drag myself back to where I last saw her, which was like right here. And
Alright.
look around.
All right, and you would actually see this, Eucalia, when it comes to your turn. Barilus, in the water here, and Hirlanon on the bank, trying to rescue her.
Who sees that?
You would see Hirlanon on the bank.
Okay.
Probably from this angle, you can probably tell he's trying to fish the
Okay.
girl out of the water.
All right. Now holler to Eucaliel. Baralas, she's in the rapids. I think that's all I can do.
All right. Eucaliel. What would you like to do? You're being slowly drawn up as the cart moves forward. And you can see through this archway Baralas. And you see as well, where did the token for it go? No, I removed it. Yeah, she's not there. She's actually here. And you can see that's underneath the bridge, by the way. Baralas is kind of moving towards this shadowy figure, and the shadowy figure just kind of reaching out with outstretched arms as if to welcome her in an embrace.
Yeesh. Okay. Well, I guess I know what I'm doing on my turn.
It is. It is your. It is your turn.
Oh, okay. So what I would like to do is get the rest of the way back up
Okay.
and run across the bridge, going, Turk, other side of the cart, and jump off the other side.
I'm going to be pulling the rope out, is what you're saying.
Okay.
And I'm gonna jump off the other side to try to prepare to, like, help grab Parallax.
Okay.
'Cause
So,
apparently that's what I'm good at.
what is your movement? Because I'll say you were probably about 20 feet. Climbing speed is half your regular speed. So,
So my movement. Yeah, if I can't do the whole thing, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but
you're gonna
my
dash
speed
too, I'm
is
assuming.
30.
Okay,
My
so you'll
speed
dash
is
60.
30, so
So you'll have enough. You'll take 40 feet of movement to get yourself up here, and you can, with the rest of your movement, you can just jump over, and you're
okay.
good.
And I'll
That's-
still be able to use a reaction.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. I don't need to be able to do anything else. I will just climb up, run across the bridge, jump off the other side, and be ready to
Okay.
either grab Bearless myself or assist Hirlanon.
Okay. Mython.
Is the cart still progressing across the bridge? Or
It
moving
is.
Across?
No, it is. It is progressing. When it comes to Goldie's turn, it will be fully across. And in the meantime, it is pulling Eucalio away from what she wants to do.
Oh no! She's gonna be in the middle of a swan dive, and all of a sudden the rope is gonna go taut and just yank her back.
Yoink. Yeah.
Yeah, kinda. That's why I'm trying to hurry.
Yo Caliel.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Amazing. So what would Mython like to do?
Oh gosh, was I muted just now?
I think so.
Yeah, we didn't
Yeah.
hear
I
anything.
didn't hear a thing.
I said Mython would like to go and assist in this business in the river, but he's got an uncooperative hobbit in hand, so he's going to foolishly probably trust this hobbit, set her down, and say, take control of the cart when it reaches this bank. Please don't unnecessarily put yourself in any further danger. And then he's going to, let's see, how far can I get? That's, oh, okay, there we go. He can make it down here on a 25 feet
That's
move.
30 feet actually. You can't go diagonally on the first move. You're gonna have to go up here first.
Well, okay. Well, I could still make it there. That's
Yep.
just all my movement. Would it help if
You could potentially take the rope and Turk could let it go. That way I don't move further away. But
yeah, I'll say if Turk is holding, if he's the one holding the rope, then I will say, Turk, let go of the rope. I will anchor her.
The rope is 50 feet long.
yeah, but by the time Goldie gets her turn, which is before Hirlanon gets to go, you'll be on the other side of the bridge, and I won't be able to reach them to help.
With Mydon's dash across the bridge, he's probably going to grab the rope.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. Like he can grab the rope, and he's
Yep.
just asking you to let go of it.
Yeah,
that it
that's.
can go
I
the
mean,
whole
that's what
way.
I just said. Is you let go of the rope, I will anchor her. Like as I'm grabbing onto the rope.
Turk will just wave.
As he trundles along the bridge on the this cart. Okay. All right. That is anything else for my time?
No.
Okay. Turk.
He's going to turn and try to wake Mari up.
All right. Yeah. It just takes a light little shake and she wakes up.
And I'll try to grab the reins.
Okay. And what would you like to do? How would you like to control the cart? Would you like it to?
Well, if I wake, okay, so waking Mari up is what? Is an extra
Would be your action.
Would be the action. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I've got a bonus action. Actually, let me double check. This is considered combat?
Yeah, this is a combat situation, yeah.
Yep, that's what I thought. I'm going to so I've woken Mari up. Mari can take that. I've got a bonus action that I can use to take a dash. So I'm going to dash and try to help as well. So I'll jump off the cart and I'll just sort of be behind the
Okay.
the post
So
there.
you'll give a help action then. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mhm.
The Lady of the Cruel River, she is beneath the
Beneath the bridge. That's correct.
Okay. She was partially obscured by the XP bar on like
Yeah.
the little
Oh.
icon in the middle of the
Right.
screen.
Okay. Yeah. She's beneath the bridge.
So I didn't even notice her there until I moved the map. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay. Vig is running in the opposite direction, looking for his brother, calling out for him in the river. Edric is dead. Goldie, you are free to move now. What would you like to do?
Marigold's awake.
Marigold is awake. She will be able to take control of the cart now. Mirabar is still kind of leaned on her shoulder, fast asleep still.
Fish him out! No. I'm just gonna... Everyone's there. I'm gonna... Do I see Vic running down? The other
Vig,
side?
yes, you do. You see him running down.
Then... I'm gonna... I'm gonna scooch down here and I'm gonna try and see if I can see him and maybe or Boger and see if I can give Big some help looking for him.
All right. Actually, go ahead and make a perception check.
He was almost good.
Yeah, no, you don't see any sign of him, just the churning waters. And in fact, as you see the boulders and the rapids and the water like violently flowing past you, you can't help but wonder if anyone could survive.
I will do a little step back so I'm not that close. Right?
Okay.
Because I have 30.
All right. Eucalio. You see Berylus in the water. She has clutched her amulet now.
Oh no.
And as she does this, I need you and Hirlinon and Mython and Turk to make saving throws for me, please. This will be a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
Who has to roll?
Yeah, it's a straight roll because it's
Yep,
a
straight
save.
charisma save.
Who, though, was what I'm asking.
Oh, you, Mython, Turk, Eucalio, Hirlinon.
Is it for shadow?
It is for shadow, so yes. Turk, you have advantage.
Oh. Thank you for that reminder. Oh, it's even worse.
Yeah, I feel like we all failed that one.
All right, you all gain a point of shadow.
Okie dokie. For some reason, I feel like this is actually my first point of shadow.
It could very well be. And she moves forward. Hirlinon will make one last kind of grab for her.
Can I provide the advantage on it? if need
Sure,
be?
yep. So I'll roll again. It's a pretty good roll. So I now go roll for her. She beats him. She has +3 to her roll, and he only has +2, so it's not enough. But I will say this. Eucalio, you have a choice here.
Okay.
She is right below you, about to embrace Lady of the Cruel River. You can either choose to save her or the amulet.
And
but making-
saving her doesn't save the amulet?
No, it does not, because the amulet is in her hand now. You can grab for the amulet or you can grab for her.
Oh, man. Question.
Mhm.
If I choose not to grab her, would that be like a save for a shadow point?
If you choose not to grab for her,
Yeah, like if I choose to grab for the amulet and
oh
let
no,
her go.
no, because this is not a situation of your design. Right? You're just
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Jeez. I know a lot of people are gonna be mad, but okay.
I suppose it kind of depends on what's going to happen to her.
She's gonna get drowned. She's most likely going to get drowned as soon as she gets to the Lady of the Cruel River. She'll just grab her and pull her into water.
Question.
Mhm.
Presumably the water is shallow enough that these people are able to wade through it, yes?
Yes, it is. They are able to. Right next to the bank, it's only maybe about 3 to 4 feet deep.
Okay.
But that current is going to be that you can't
Yeah,
stand
it's
in that
very
water.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this weak, sickly waif is apparently standing in it. without
Well,
being
she's
swept
not
away.
really. She's kind of being swept down from it, right? She's not resisting at all. She's going straight into this thing.
I mean, I suppose if I am allowed to poll the out of character party to see what everyone's opinion on this decision is. Not saying I'm going to go with the majority opinion. I just want to know what everyone's opinion
I'll
is
allow
on
it. Hey,
what
guys,
to
this
do.
is a pretty big decision to make, guys.
So what are you guys thinking? Amulets or Theralos? You're muted, Drake.
Sorry. I just want to say both will have cool game impact, and the amulet is a thing, right? So we might be able to find that thing again. We
Mhm.
don't know where Barilus came from or what role she has to play. And, I vote for whatever your character would do.
Yeah. Okay. What about anybody else?
Role play it.
Well, okay. So
You guys
here
are
is
not
my
helping.
thoughts. I know, guys, you're not helping. Okay, so here is Eucaliel's thought process. This amulet, from the information that she got from the merchant, that she has yet to have the opportunity to tell anyone about, the amulet is very interesting. She knows that it is important to her mission because we believe that it's connected to that letter that we intercepted and stuff like that. And she wants the people at Rivendell to see it and try to figure out what's going on. She also knows it's very important to Zurich. However, she also really cares about this poor, unfortunate, flash in the pan individual who is thrust into a situation that she didn't ask for. It's just like, well, if we just heal her, she'll be fine. But she also knows that, like, one life against the enemy is not that valuable, like that's why I'm yeah, what would Elrond do? Well, I feel like Elrond would go for the amulet and leave this poor girl to die.
Yeah.
Because again, like it's about the as an elf, she's
Mission.
thinking like big picture and she's just like, I really care about this girl, but this amulet, man. What would Elrond
As
do?
Make it
a
nice.
point,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as a point, we heard, and this is like however much we trust Herlinon, he said that she was important against the enemy.
But he is the enemy, I feel like.
Goldie
So
has doubts on whose enemy he is, like who's his enemy, and if we're on the same side. So
yeah. But I have to choose.
There's no wrong
Um,
answer.
If Mython may speak out of turn order, I mean, he is standing right at the ledge, looking down at all of this. He'll say to Eucalio, "Grab the girl. I'll take care of the amulet."
You'll die. Okay.
Remember, he's the only one who has a blade that can actually affect
True.
undead.
True. I'm just afraid you're gonna get swept away. Yeah, I think Eucaliel has that moment of doubt of like, do we go for the tool that could mean something in the big picture, or do we go for the human element? And then Mylon's like, go for the girl. And he's like, you're absolutely right. I'm being very heartless. And she's going to reach for
Before you
Theralos.
say anything, sorry,
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to roll an old lore right now.
Ooh, okay. I will roll old lore. Old lore.
A straight roll.
Straight? Okay. Straight roll. Come on. Give me a good roll. Or not.
All right.
Want to use a fellowship point or?
I mean, it's up to you guys. If you think
I don't
that
think in this situation, no.
All right. You reach back into your memory about what Mirabar said about this.
Mhm.
If what he says even is partially true, this amulet likely dates back to the first age.
Mhm. Yeah.
Whoa.
Like I was aware of that. I'm like, yes, this is very old. This is very important.
All right. I just wanted to, with a higher roll, I would have told you a little bit more, but that's all you're getting. So go ahead. What is your decision?
My decision, because Myvon said that he would deal with it. I'm going for I'm going for Barreless, because if Myvon doesn't manage to get the amulet, at least I don't have to blame myself. Yes.
Not my
My
fault.
conscience is clear.
Pass that buck.
All right. I'm still going to have you make either an athletics or acrobatics or sleight of hand check.
Well, we might lose both, guys. Let's see.
And this is where you can re-roll with fellowship points.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go acrobatics. Guilt management. Yep. I'm at disadvantage. So let's go. Again, I don't know. You guys want to spend a fellowship point rescuing Barreless?
You're at 3. You have 3 left.
I vote yes.
It's a worthy cause.
Yeah.
Like save them for like life or death decisions. I think this is.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is a life or death situation
Alright.
for someone else.
Go ahead and
We
re-roll.
burned half of them on Mython's life or death. So.
Yeah.
Man,
Yep,
we could have
that's
saved
true.
Ruby then. Oh well.
No, because that was like she was attacked and took
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
It
That
wasn't
wouldn't-
one of us making a roll.
Yep.
So-
Okay. Yep.
You guys
I think
Okay.
this might be a turning point.
okay? Then I will make another acrobatics at disadvantage. Well, it's better.
Yeah.
I don't think we should spend another one on it. I really don't. I mean, it's important, but
You have 2 left.
we don't get more until
We have other actions. Just hang on. Let's see. what-
Burning them on a disadvantage roll is really tough.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that I will spend one. So there's a good possibility we're losing both of them at this moment.
That's what happens. That's consequences. We'll see.
All right. So no more rolls?
No, I'm not gonna roll again.
All right. As Barreless washes, is swept along the swift currents of this river beneath you, you reach out and desperately try to grab her by the wrist to pull her out from the waters. You touch her fingers for the briefest of moments, but she's moving far too quickly and is swallowed by the embrace of the shadow. And they both disappear beneath the waves. And you hear Hirlanon on the banks just scream, "No. No, this cannot be. and he starts running down the bank to see if she comes
Did he
back to
not
the
jump into
surface.
the water?
Do you want to jump in the water? He's not jumping in the water.
No,
Oh,
because then
okay.
he'll be in the exact same circumstances.
And
We don't know if
this,
they went downstream. They just disappeared with the shadow. Maybe they didn't go downstream. Maybe they went somewhere else.
Could
Yeah,
be.
because that shadow's not doesn't. It can move it however it wants. Yeah.
and
But she can't. She's still a physical being. So she has to be moved. It's not like a.
well, here's what happens. You are now out of combat.
Well, hold on, because
Yeah.
Maidon's not done with this.
Okay, what are you going to do? Because she
Maidon is
disappeared under
going
the
to-
water.
Yeah, Maidon is going to crest the lip of the bridge, and he's going to
Okay.
dive into the water, and he's going to purposely submerge with Tulara drawn, and see what it illuminates.
Okay. This is a 30-foot drop.
That's fine.
Do
All right.
you wait until I've climbed out so that I'm your anchor, or do you hand the
Well,
rope to anyone?
Turk is still holding on to you, isn't he?
Okay.
I'm there. I'm there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean he's right there next to me.
Okay. Can you make a dexterity saving throw for me, please? Just to see.
I mean, I'm going to wind up at the bottom regardless.
Oh, it's not a disadvantage. Oh, so I'll just take your first roll, which is a 13.
Okay.
Um,
So it's a 16
plus 3, so 16. So you'll only take half damage.
Okay.
As you plunge into the raging waters. And you will take 3 points of damage from that dive. Not bad. With Tulara drawn, you kind of dive past Eucaliel, who's still kind of dangling there. Can you make a perception check for me, please, with disadvantage? You already at disadvantage, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Question: does the illumination from the blade give a little bit of visibility, so it would be a straight roll?
But it is also very turbulent waters.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
and yeah. 10. You look around, especially where Barilus disappeared. There is unfortunately no trace of her. Your DC on this was a 12, by the way, just so you know what that was. But, no trace.
Okay. Well, I am going to continue. I don't know, swimming. I mean, we've already established that the water is shallow enough to wade through. So I am remaining submerged to see what I can see, but can I move along the bottom of the?
Okay, so
water
I'm
course?
assuming like you would have had to dive into the deepest part of the river. Otherwise, if you dove into a 4-foot river, you would have been broken neck.
I don't know.
Thing.
I don't know. I don't know how deep it is, but I mean,
you hope it's deep enough for a 30-foot dive.
yeah.
And which it was. So you're here. You look around. You don't see anything. Before I have you swim around, you're holding the rope up there. Eucaliel, you're still kind of dangling.
Mm-hmm.
Goldie and Zerk. So you're still out of combat. But just tell me what you would like to do.
This was happening on the other side of the bridge. Well,
Yeah, but you can kind of see what's happening through the arches of the bridge.
I
You can
just
see.
saw Mython's body jump in.
Yeah.
Like, shit. No. Is I'm just gonna look and see if I see anything in the river.
All right. Make a perception check.
Go. Oh. Am I here?
Oh,
Yeah, I can hear you. You're there.
Oh, my whole computer just went dark. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Nope, I don't see anything.
No, with. Yep. Yes, sir.
no, you please finish. And
I was just
let me
going to say, with the waning light and the turbulent waters, it's almost impossible to see anything in this river.
So I'm at the edge of the bridge, looking down. Do I get a perception check as well?
If you like, yeah.
Does Turk see the amulet?
21.
Is the
21.
amulet there still?
So here's what you do see. You see Eucalio dangling above these raging waters, 25 feet below you. So Mython dive in. You see the glow of his sword beneath the water. You see what looks to be a shadow beneath the water surface, moving quickly downstream. You see within that shadow a glowing piece of jewelry, clear as day. It is a ring, not an amulet. And with that 21, I'll say you also see shards of gold kind of like fall away from what used to be the amulet, settle on the bottom of the river. You can see where they land. But this ring is moving along with a shadow downstream.
Holy cow.
Out of game, did the shadow already take damage?
No.
Okay.
And that is where we'll end tonight.
Yep. We will be very appreciative when we finally get to Rivendell and get rid of our exhaustion so that we can be productive members of society.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Maybe the brains in Rivendell will help us understand what the heck just happened.
I mean, I have thoughts.
So I see these shards come off. I see where they are. So if the shadow's gone, right? Unless I run across the bridge and dive into the water, but that shadow's not taking any damage, and I'm not going to do any damage. And Mydon's below the surface, so I can't tell him where to go. But I can get the gold pieces of what was left, I guess.
Yeah, it's still going to require a few athletics checks to see if you can beat this current to get to that gold at the bottom, because it's crazy.
I'm willing to do it right now if you want.
Okay.
Athletic.
Mython, you're already in there too if you want to swim around a bit.
I feel like the important part is the part that's drifting away from us. It was the center of the amulet, the elven part in the middle.
Well, that's far.
Acrobatics rather than athletics.
No, swimming is going to be athletic. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Mython will have to surface eventually to breathe, so.
Well,
I mean,
so we could. It can be helpful. The two of us can work together.
Yeah, and I'll say if you guys spend enough time and like use rope and whatever to make sure you're safe and whatever, you can spend. You don't have, it's no rush for you to get these shards now. You can eventually recover them.
Okay.
And it's a little exhausting to do that in these waters. But they are 4 pieces, and they comprise the 4 corners of the amulet that were originally there. They're still gold, and some of them are jewel encrusted still, so obviously still worth something. But whatever was in the middle is gone.
Whatever had the power, yeah. Okay.
All right. So I know things did not go according to plan tonight.
Our plan or your plan?
Anyone's plan, I think. I was not expecting this at all, but that's cool. We'll work with it. I will say this though. Clearly, Eucaliel, I'll say you have a moment while Hirlanon is like rushing down the riverbank to try and find this thing, along with Vig looking for his brother. You guys have a moment to yourselves to compare notes, and you can tell them
Yeah.
what you know.
I will impart the information that I received about the amulet.
And I'll say that I saw that it was a ring.
Okay. And then I'll be like, well, that makes a lot of sense.
A ring of power.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Not
sure that was
The ring, but
no. I'm pretty sure that was,
oh,
one of the rings. The freaking gift of gold. Like they said it.
one of the missing dwarven ones, right? Because it's connected
Well,
to Zurich.
yeah, it could have been.
Yeah.
Because they were all made by Elvin Smith, I thought. So it would have been Elvin regardless. So yeah. Yeah, that was
it's one of the 7.
Yep.
For the
Not that it would
Dwarf
necessarily be great for us to have one because they're bad. But, don't really want anybody else having them either.
Yeah, there's having it, and then there's denying it to the enemy.
Exactly. So, yep, I
Wow.
will let them know and then go sulk somewhere.
Python's still in the water, so like, yeah.
I mean, he
Yeah.
can go on a swim. Mikaliel did her heavy lifting for the day and failed.
all he has to
saved
do
her.
all he has to do is stop fighting the current and just rush downstream after it.
And
Rock,
get
rock,
smashed
rock,
along the
rock.
rock.
I see like one boulder on the shore. I don't see rocks sticking up out of the water.
It has been described this river is like a rapids river with rocks and things jutting out all along the river. And it's a very long river. It's not just this little piece.
Hold on.
Maidon, it's not the rocks that you can see, it's the ones you can't see. that are trying to-
Exactly.
He was just run over tonight. I mean, he's a glutton for punishment. So this kind of...
Mhm,
This is
true.
true.
It's true.
I don't know if I was. If
I
I
mean,
was
like,
down
yeah,
there-
you guys keep making the mistake of thinking that he like places his he values his survival terribly highly.
His job to protect Kaliel, though. She isn't dead yet, so what is he doing risking his life?
I'm just saying, like, it's not necessarily part of his mental calculus to be like, this could get me killed, therefore I am not going to do it.
Fair enough. fair enough. Yeah.
You know, like that's kind of that's like something that rangers face on a like that's a Wednesday to a
Mhm,
ranger.
yeah.
You know?
Yep. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Wednesday.
Kaliel's probably just gonna be sitting there thinking, like, maybe my dad's right. Maybe once we get back to Rivendell, I should just go. Clearly, they're all right, and I can't
Oh.
actually accomplish anything in this world.
Oh. Oh man. Okay. So yeah, that's this was a bit of a strange session.
Yep. It's
Um
okay. I myself am like, I feel like it sucks that it happened, but I'm not actually disappointed. So, Kaliel though is rather devastated.
I would say, yeah, Zurich is just despondent. He's like
Yeah.
slumped against one of these pillars here. If he would not have went after Vig to get, Uncle, whatever his name was, he could have hung back, told Herlanon to go pound salt, and then he could have restrained Baralas so she didn't get to the river. So
Fair.
it's all his fault, and he's going to carry that guilt with him forever.
We will all believe that it is each all our fault.
And the lesson that Mython has learned is that he is an abject failure at absolutely everything except walloping things. Because that's the only thing he actually seems to roll well at.
And restraining little hobbits that just wanted to go and punch something.
little suicidal hobbits that want to go get themselves killed.
Pot calling the kettle black, Mr. I want to go swimming down a rapids river.
Awesome session, though.
Yeah.
So consequential.
Yeah.
Like, edge of my seat. Awesome.
I will say, I will just confirm, I want to even make you roll an old lore for this. With you guys finally being able to compare notes, putting all the pieces together, your conclusion that this is one of the 7 rings given to the Dwarf Lords. And Laure, Gift of Gold.
Yeah. Yep. I had a very, like, I already was pretty sure from the point of the letter that it's like the gift of gold that they're talking about is one of the rings of power, and apparently it is somehow this amulet, and it didn't occur to me that the ring was like inside of the rest of it, but I was just like, yeah, it's got to be a ring of power.
Now let's think about this, Zurich. Your paternity, your patrilineage.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you're an important guy.
Nah.
Last one standing.
I won't let it go to my head. And if I'm anything, I'm the failure of my lineage.
Yep.
And now
Man,
Jari's.
You're not even a smith. You're a mason.
I know.
Wow.
I know. Like, they picked the opposite guy. Right? This is like
This
one of
is
those
wrong.
movies where you're the opposite of what you should have been.
Maybe Jari is the real heir.
Yeah.
Maybe Jari's been following us and he's downriver.
See,
He'll find the
He's
ring.
like
think of it in a positive light.
Stop
We
giving
saved
the
Jari's
DM
life
ideas.
by sending him away.
Stop giving the DM idea.
I think that redhead killed both Nari and Jari.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's the end. Bye.
Yep.
Yeah, poor Jari. All right, guys. I don't want to keep you guys any later, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Great session, everybody.
And we'll see where this goes next time. 2 weeks.
I can't wait 2 weeks. I can't wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks is
I
too
can't.
much.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
See y'all.
All
Bye.
Good night, guys.
Thanks, Andrew.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.